guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. While en route to the NATO summit in the Netherlands, where the Israeli-Iranian conflict will be a key topic of discussion, President Trump was asked about reports of the ceasefire he announced yesterday already showing signs of strain.
I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either.
A short time after the ceasefire went into effect, Israel accused Iran of launching missiles that sent civilians scrambling into bomb shelters. That followed an earlier vow from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that Israel would respond forcefully if the truce was violated.
We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
Iran still denies firing any missiles. While speaking aboard Air Force One today on his way to that NATO summit,
6,000 soldiers died last week. More, 6,500 soldiers died last week. Russia, Ukraine.
Trump says the war between Ukraine and Russia is also on his radar.
Vladimir called me up. He said, can I help you with Iran? I said, no, I don't need help with Iran. I need help with you.
Trump says he's hopeful Russian President Vladimir Putin will sign a deal. The head of the Federal Reserve says he was considering cutting interest rates until President Trump's tariff announcements.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell told a House committee he decided against a rate cut, fearing the tariffs were raising the prospect of rising inflation. Powell added that a rate cut was unlikely in July. Trump has been at odds with Powell over rate cuts, nicknaming the Fed chief Too Late Powell, claiming he was too slow to cut. I'm Brian Shook.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline today is $3.22. Alpine County, California is up to $5.79 a gallon. Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.58. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
There's a grassroots effort to boycott McDonald's over the fast food chain's rollback of diversity initiatives.
It's organized by the advocacy group the People's Union USA, which has been targeting corporations that seem to be backing away from diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. McDonald's says that while it has changed some of its DEI language, none of the company's core programming has changed. Several companies have distanced themselves from DEI efforts since President Trump took office and made eliminating DEI a mission. I'm Matt Mattinson.
A study from San Diego State University states that eating 4 strawberries a day could improve your cognitive skills.
The study followed 35 men and women in their 70s and found that eating 26 grams of freeze-dried strawberry powder made from fresh berries every day for 8 weeks led to better performance on cognitive tests. Researchers said the strawberries also helped lower blood pressure and increase disease-fighting antioxidants in the blood. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
July 4th travel is shaping up to be a record breaker.
AAA's Aixa Diaz is predicting over 72 million people will venture at least 50 miles from home over the Independence Day holiday period from Saturday, June 28th to Sunday, July 6th.
By the time you get to Saturday, June 28th, most kids are out of school, so that's when families can start making moves.
It's an additional 1.3 million road travelers compared to 2024. AAA also says 5.84 million will be flying to their destination, also a new record. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Alrighty, cue the microphone and away we go. Just like that. What do you say we'll close out another day and do it all over again? Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Here we go live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Making our way into Hump Day. Yes, indeed. Midweek coming on. Another warm night outside the secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio. 79 degrees. And relatively clear skies on these summer nights. Clear skies are essentially hazy skies. With the stagnant air, a lot of smog in the mix. Not the best air quality, if you know what I mean. But trust your week's going well. Again, not a whole lot as far as severe weather tonight, but we do have a broader area of showers and thunderstorms along the periphery of our big heat dome. We are seeing some showers in central and northern portions of New Mexico tonight. Another big cluster of showers and thunderstorms, northeast Colorado, right through the heart of Nebraska. More showers and thunderstorms along southern Nebraska, moving into the northernmost reaches of Kansas. Another cluster. Showers and thunderstorms, northern Missouri and the southernmost reaches of Iowa, just south of Des Moines at this hour. Everything along the eastern seaboard, again, relatively quiet tonight. We did see a few pop-up showers there in northeast and eastern portions of Ohio, but nothing to write home about. That's kind of fading out. But the heat advisories and excessive heat warnings continue to persist through the Ohio and Tennessee Valley, and especially along the eastern seaboard. Let's take a look at some of the numbers we've seen as records dating back to the 1800s have been shattered this week, as this early summer heat wave is roasting large areas of the central and eastern U.S. Heat indices blowing past the triple-digit mark. The AC is running full blast. Cities opening cooling centers to help people cope. This is an incredibly hot, steamy heat wave for the month of June, according to AccuWeather's Bernie Rayno. The peak temperatures were actually this past day, and it wasn't just the hottest day of the year, but the hottest weather that many residents in the Northeast have experienced in over a decade. We saw 102 degrees in Boston this past afternoon. Hottest day in that city since July 22nd of 2011, when they hit 103. Philadelphia also notched your first 100-degree day since July 18 of 2012. New York City, the temperature fell just shy of the triple digits, but your high officially of 99 was still enough to best the previous daily record for that date, the previous high of 96, June of 1988. Some areas not far from Central Park, where the official weather observations for the city are taken, did indeed manage to hit 100, including Newark at 103, JFK International Airport at 102, with temperatures hovering near 100 degrees. How do you stay cool? Other cities across the region that hit the triple digits this past afternoon: Hartford, Connecticut, Providence, Rhode Island, Wilmington and Dover, Delaware, Manchester, New Hampshire. Going back to Monday, the first full week of astronomical summer, wasting no time warming up. Many thermometers across the region reaching levels they haven't hit in years. Baltimore's Inner Harbor, one of the hottest spots on Monday, with a high of 104. Of course, the high humidity and the strong summer sun, dangerously hot. Heat indexes topping out at 113 degrees, almost desert Southwest kind of temperatures. Now, to put that in perspective, 113 is the historical average, like I just said, in Death Valley this time of year. Newark, New Jersey hit 101, breaking their daily record of 99. Raleigh, North Carolina tied the daily record of 100 degrees that was set just last year. Other weather stations broke records, but they were all below 100 degrees, most notably the temperature at Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania, at 93 degrees. Breaking that daily record for the month of June. This was the first 90-degree day in Mount Pocono since 2013. We can even go back to Sunday when we started recording some of those record highs. Portions of Michigan, Nebraska, Valley, Nebraska, pushed up to 94 degrees. Marquette, Michigan, the old record of 90 for that date in 1995, smashed by a reading of 93. How long is this going to persist? All right, well, the good news, the clock is ticking on the extremely high temperatures from the Midwest to the Northeast. The heat dome does begin to weaken here for the second half of the week, and thunderstorms will begin to erupt in areas where the humidity levels remain high. In some cases in the Northeast, the cool down could be rather dramatic. Millions of hoping for relief from the relentless downpours and abnormally cool conditions. Well, you surely got your wish with a virtually cloudless sky and searing summer heat. Now, millions are seeking some relief from the sudden surge of extreme heat, or at least a break from the extreme temperatures anyway. In many cases where highs were within a few degrees of 100 this past day, highs closer to 90 will be in store for the latter portions of the week. In some spots, you'll see highs even in the 80s, where highs were in the middle to upper 90s. For the first few days of the week, highs in the 80s will be more common. By the end of the week, some places maybe even get a day or two with highs in the 70s. Now, there's even a rare backdoor cool front that's going to drop southward from New England to part of the mid-Atlantic region for the latter portion of this week. That could dramatically drop temperatures some 20 to 40 degrees in some cases, which is about as big as it gets this time of year. Boston, for example, after a high of 103 this past day, temperatures may be no higher than the 60s by Thursday and Friday behind that front. Similar story for New York City coming your way. Highs around the century mark this past day will be followed by highs in the 70s by Thursday and Friday. If you're fearing more of the weather whiplash, the return of thunder and downpours should be a bit less extreme than before. In most cases, flash flooding could be occurring in some places, but the risk tends to accompany the summertime thunderstorms. At first, the extreme heat will settle southward, but the mechanism for producing the extreme temperatures will gradually begin to disappear, allowing more typical summertime heat to take over. But as that heat dome weakens, thunderstorms are going to have an easier time breaking out through the central and eastern USA. A complete pattern flip will be evolving in the southeast as a big ripple in the jet stream develops and kind of lingers, which will lead to an eruption of showers and thunderstorms on a nearly daily basis in some areas. The boundary of the heat dome is going to shrink from the north and west, and the fringe zones will see more cloud cover and more frequent showers and thunderstorms compared to the rest of what will be the decaying heat dome. Gradually seeing the heat advisories shifting further to the east. For the upcoming day, the advisories, the furthest west we go is the eastern portions of Missouri, eastern and central portions of Arkansas, and again, all the way over to the eastern seaboard. All right, more on the potential for showers and thunderstorms. We do have a tropical system, our first system for the Atlantic of the new hurricane season. At this point, no threat to land, keeping an eye on things. Who we got on board? Hello to Josh out of the box here. Good morning, everybody. Marianne is in the house. Hello, Steve and the overnight family. Country Bumpkin checking in from Waterford, Michigan. Everybody be safe out there driving tonight. Brett says, good morning from the Mile High City. See, that's a comfortable night. 66 degrees, partly cloudy skies. This week is kind of dragging for me. I'm looking forward to a nice weekend, but still got to pull 2 more 12-hour shifts before that time. Hope everybody's getting through the week safely there. Indeed. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down. Be safe. Pappy's on board. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour. What day is it? Hey, Mike. 79 degrees on the cruiser dash cam in the far side of southwest Ohio. With that said, it's a busy night. Gotta go. Does that mean the natives are restless once again? All right. Yeah, the summertime brings out the cuckoos well after the sun goes down, right? Hello to Joe. Good morning, Steve. All the overnight listeners, 75 degrees, a humid night here. Concrenton, Pennsylvania. Yes, I'll be glad when this heat wave is over. Everybody have a great night. Good morning to Jeffrey there in Florida. Morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Hope you're feeling better there, Jeffrey. Tank on the board here. Good morning. Happy Hump Day. 65. A little rain here in Acoma, New Mexico tonight. We're doing the Santa Rosa turnaround. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. And there's Big Art checking in tonight. He said, last night's show was one of the best. That was a fun night, wasn't it? Yeah, with the Carolina Monkey Gouger and all the drivers chiming in, telling some of their old stories out there on the road. It was good times. Hello, Shorty, I-77, northbound Columbia, South Carolina, with 87 degrees, 87 at the midnight hour. Wow. Well, we made up 4 hours out of the 6 we were behind last night. We will make up the other 2 hours coming up this morning as we are Columbus bound. All right. Hello to Mark. Good evening, Steve. Godspeed to all the truck drivers out there. Without them, we would be helpless. Hello to, there's Brett. Good morning, all, a.k.a. the Boss Man, checking in here. Rolling through Kentucky, headed to the choo-choo. 82 degrees, a muggy night, no doubt about it. Safe travels to all out there. And hello to Jerry. Good morning. Hope everybody's doing okay. Congratulations, Monkey Gouger, and enjoy life there in the slow lane. Want to say a prayer for everyone that could use some strength tonight. Lord, keep our military and first responders safe and healthy. And thanks to Hot Shot Secret for believing in the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. It's hot and muggy here in Kokomo. Don't pass up a chance to tell the ones you love them, because tomorrow may be too late. Ever so true. Into some of the others coming up as we kick things off. A brand new day. Open up the phone lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Mark says we got up to 98 degrees this past day in North Carolina. You know, funny thing about summertime, it gets hot. Yes, indeed. There's the Iron Duck who says, good morning, headed to Chicago this morning. I guess where he was in North Carolina hit 104 degrees this past day. There's the Goblin, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. We hit 102 Tuesday. We're expecting 104 here on Hump Day. There's Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 81 degrees. Yes, brutally hot today. Spent most of the day in the AC, but didn't knock off a few more chores on the HD list. The honeydew list. Wildcat, her sister, and I just booked an Alaskan cruise and Denali Rail Tour for July the 26th. It's on the bucket list for all of us. And it will actually add another state that I've been in, if all goes, which would leave only Hawaii left. And since my niece lives there now, I see a trip to Hawaii in the not-too-distant future to finish out the entire 50 states. All right, Atlanta Braves, Cincinnati Reds both won. So a great day in baseball. Yeah, cherry is on the cake as the Reds take down the Yankees and the Braves bear the Mets. All right, got to get the passport applications in tomorrow and get that process started. Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. Excellent. Hello to Evan. Evan Williams, top of the evening, Steve. There's Jason. Looking forward to another great program passing through Concordia, Kansas. Rainy 71 degrees at this hour. Good to have you on board. Dear Monkey Gouger, know that when you retire, the work just begins. Okay, that's a different way of looking at it. He's still going to have a job, though. He's going to have a few weeks off in between the two, but undoubtedly with the heat. We all know if you're out there, working in the yard. I did cut the grass day before yesterday, and I was out there trying to do some weed eating this patch. It doesn't take much to really put a strain on you. And then you see people out there jogging in the heat of the day. What are you thinking? They're trying to tell people extreme heat makes it very hard for your body to cool down. You've got to be extra careful if you're exercising or playing sports when it's baking like this. Your brain tries to keep your body within a few degrees or two of 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. It does so in part by triggering sweat. When sweat dries, it carries away heat from your body's surface. When the sweat cannot do its job, because your body's generating a lot of heat or it's too hot and humid to cool down, you are at risk of becoming dehydrated or even getting a heat-related illness. You start with heat exhaustion and then heat stroke. According to the director of the UCLA Heat Lab, heat can impact your entire body. We often talk about heat cramps. We talk about heat exhaustion. We talk about heat stroke. But it's actually much wider than that. Heat can really impact every system in your body, your heart, our lungs. The higher the temperature, the harder it is for the body to stay cool. But of course, humidity plays a big role too. The high humidity makes it feel hotter because it makes sweating less effective. There's so much water in the air that it can't take up much more, including the water in your sweat. Of course, the heat index, which factors in humidity and is included on many weather forecasts, gives a sense of just how hot it really feels and what's dangerous for prolonged exposure or strenuous activity. NOAA said people should start exercising caution when the heat index reaches 80 to 90 degrees. Extreme caution when it's 90 to 103. They label everything over 103 as danger or extreme danger. They actually have a chart that shows how the heat index is affected by humidity. Say, for example, when it's 90 degrees Fahrenheit, you can hit the danger level with 70% humidity. If you want to exercise in the heat, time your exercise and outdoor activity, obviously, for the coolest part of the day. Try to exercise in the shade as much as possible. Drink lots of fluid. Limit drinks that are high in sugar, caffeine, and obviously alcohol. And don't wait till you're thirsty to drink more, they say. Exercise with someone so you can check on each other or pair up with the teammates. Some of the advice: if you start to feel symptoms, stop your exercise. Find a cool place. Muscle cramps, muscle weakness, shortness of breath, dizziness, nausea, or headaches. Time to take a break, right? It is 844-844-3388. Who gets to be first out of the box here on Hump Day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. An early intelligence assessment of the U.S. military strikes on Iran reportedly claims it did not completely destroy that nation's nuclear program.
Multiple outlets are reporting about the highly classified document produced by the Defense Intelligence Agency and U.S. Central Command. The reports say the U.S. believes there was significant damage, but that it was mostly to structures above ground. The White House has slammed the reporting, calling the alleged assessment flat out wrong. I'm Chris Carraggio.
ICE says they've arrested 11 Iranian illegal immigrants. We now go to Monica Nelson for that report.
The immigrants, as well as a U.S. citizen who threatened to kill ICE agents, were arrested over the weekend. Arrests were made in states including Arizona, Texas, Colorado, and Mississippi. The agency said the arrests reflect the Department of Homeland Security's commitment to keeping known and suspected terrorists out of American communities.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced enhance lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Up and at 'em around the country. It is 844-844-3388. Undoubtedly, you have noticed when it comes time to fill her up, diesel prices have been going up pretty quick. Undoubtedly, the Middle East unrest played a big role in that. We touched last evening on how the price per barrel had been up pretty significantly. Prices coming down now. If this ceasefire indeed holds, which I don't know, there's a bit of a question there, prices should begin to come down. But after a 10-cent increase per gallon last week, diesel prices soared again. This week, the increase totaled 20 cents per gallon. The average price per gallon stood at $3.57. This week, the price soared to $3.77 per gallon. All over the country, 9 out of 10 regions saw double-digit jumps in prices. New England's 9-cent jump was the only single-digit increase, but they went from $3.89 to $3.96 per gallon. The largest jumps coming from the Midwest region, where you saw a 24-cent jump from $3.53 to $3.77. Gulf Coast region also increased by 22 cents, from $3.21 to $3.43. The lower Atlantic region jumping from $3.53 to $3.72. And we'll see where things go. It was really, much of this is about the uncertainty there in the Middle East. All right, Jerry said oil down to $71 per barrel. See, that's, what was another $3 per barrel drop over the past day? Things should settle out here. All right, 4th of July is Independence Day, just around the corner, right? Truck carriers operating in the spot market, they tell us, could see a nice payday if you choose loads carefully in the lead up to the July 4 holiday. Based on Sonar freight market data, freight brokers need to stay in touch with their customers to protect their margins against potentially surging spot rates. The U.S. truckload market right now is navigating a complex landscape marked by economic uncertainty, fluctuating demand, is indicated by some of the trends in tender rejections and spot rates These index, crucial in assessing the health of the freight sector, revealed a kind of nuanced picture of both opportunity, at the same time potential peril for various stakeholders over the past 2 years. The truckload market has seen a gradual but significant exit of capacity, as we know, largely attributed to the adverse business conditions that's persisted since the post-pandemic peak. According to the FMCSA data from June of 2020 to October of 2022, the number of active truckload operations authorities surged by approximately 48%. They have since declined by about 12%. So this is a correction in response to the overinflated capacity during that whole pandemic boom, which is still trying to unwind. Los Angeles tender rejections currently stand at 2.85%, a small bump following a relative drought of containerized imports amid stiff competition from intermodal rail. At this point, any significant tightening in L.A. Will have some implications for the national freight market. Meanwhile, Dallas has seen their OTRI rise more significantly. Now it's 6.8%, up from lower figures earlier in the month. Now, the increase in Dallas is particularly illustrative of regional pressures, likely tied to specific industry sectors experiencing localized freight demand rise. But this kind of highlights the broader trend of rising rejection rates in some of the major freight hubs. So that suggests a growing equilibrium between supply and demand that could lead to varying conditions for carriers and brokers as well. At the same time, the National Truckload Index, the NTI, a national average spot rate, has kind of spiked and receded over the past month. It's now at $227 per mile. Now, those kind of swings driven by not only seasonal factors, but also wider economic challenges, including inflation, rising cost. As the industry approaches the July 4 holiday, historically a peak period for the trucking sector, the increase in tender rejections and spot rates signals a potential boon for trucking carriers. The ability to capture higher rates could bolster their balance sheets after months of challenging conditions. However, this uptick also signals a potential risk for freight brokers who have to work quick with their customers to renegotiate contract rates to preserve their margins. So overall, the market's current state indicates that while there is some promise for carriers, the same conditions pose challenges for brokers. The increased rates, if not faced with corresponding contract rate adjustments, will compress the broker margins. So that highlights the importance of proactive communication, strategic contract management when it comes to the shippers. Today is the day, they tell us. How's this going to unfold? Inspectors will be able to put drivers out of service. The English language proficiency officially kicks in. Officers are instructed to document evidence to support the English language proficiency violation, including the driver's responses or lack thereof. Then place the driver immediately out of service for violation of English language requirements. And when warranted, initiate an action to disqualify the driver from operating commercial motor vehicles in interstate commerce. Now, authorities have been providing some leniency for the drivers. They will continue in that commercial zone along the U.S.-Mexico border, noting that these drivers should be cited for English language violations, but not placed out of service or disqualified from operating commercial vehicles. But again, starting today, June 25, to avoid being placed out of service, drivers must be able to read and speak the English language sufficiently to converse with the general public, to understand highway traffic signs and signals in the English language, respond to official inquiries, and make entries on reports and records. They offered some guidance for law enforcement and safety officers on how to determine whether a commercial vehicle driver is proficient in the English language. They laid out a two-step assessment process, starting with a driver interview, followed by a highway traffic sign recognition assessment. We'll break that all down for you coming up here, exactly how the FMCSA spelled it out. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
I mentioned oil prices dropping. Yeah, they've several headlines. Reuters says oil prices dropped 6% as the Israel-Iran ceasefire kind of reduces the supply risk in the Middle East. Yeah, pretty much all the headlines saying the same. Oil is falling so much, it is now cheaper than it was before the Iran-Israel conflict. There you go. Buckeye Boy said, I guess at some point this past day, it was down in the 64-something per barrel range. Looking right now, it looks like crude futures at $65.30. So we've shaved that full $10 and then some that we saw increase with the Israel conflict. But back to the English proficiency starting today. Step number 1, which this is what law enforcement has been instructed, the driver interview. The inspector should evaluate the driver's ability to respond sufficiently to official inquiries and directions in English. Because the driver interview is a means of establishing the driver's ability to respond to official English inquiries, the inspector should inform the driver. The driver should respond to the inspector in English, obviously. Any sort of tools to facilitate communication, such as an interpreter, something known as I Speak cards, cue cards, smartphone applications, on-call telephone interpretation services, shall not be used in the interview. Those tools would mask the driver's inability to communicate in English. So with step 1, if the inspector determines the driver is unable to respond sufficiently in English, it is the policy of the FMCSA, the inspector cite the driver, violation 49 CFR, subtitle blah, blah, blah. There's no need at that point to progress to step 2. If the inspector determines the driver is unable to respond sufficiently to official inquiries outlined in step number 1. So if they can do so, speak sufficiently. Step number 2 would be the highway traffic sign recognition assessment, determining the driver's ability to understand sufficiently U.S. highway traffic signs, including changeable signs in the English language. Inspectors should evaluate the driver's ability, as we just explained, using the Federal Highway Administration's Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices for Streets and Highways, as well as electronic display, changeable, aka dynamic message signs that the driver may encounter while operating a commercial vehicle. The changing signs, which oftentimes you'll see traffic stopped 2 miles ahead, slow down, those sort of. Officers are instructed to document evidence to support the proficiency violation, including the driver's responses or lack thereof. Place the driver immediately out of service for violation of the English language requirements, and when warranted again, initiate an action to disqualify the driver from operating commercial vehicles in interstate commerce. And as I mentioned earlier, they are providing some leniency there on that. Is it, I think there's 20, 25 mile, whatever the buffer zone is there along the U.S.-Mexico border, where many of those drivers from south of the border come in, go to a terminal, drop that trailer and head back south. At least that's the way it's supposed to work, right? Hey, good morning, Grump. Are they going to enforce it?
Good morning. I don't think I think certain states are going to, and certain areas are going to, but some states I think is just going to, probably try to impeach Trump over it. That's just the way these dumbasses think.
Yeah.
And it what gets me, Steve, is are they going to offer the damn test in English only?
Right.
Because there's a lot of states that you can legally bring an interpreter in to get a CDL. And this was what we was talking about at the end of the show, last night. Here you got Gouger. Jimmy's got 50 years driving a truck with a prosthetic. All right. At least 25 waivers. And I had no idea what the hell a waiver was or what it was used for or anything else until he started explaining it to me, and I started looking it up and going over, what all the requirements and everything were. But yet, he's the hazard on the highway because he has a prosthetic and he has to get a certain waiver.
Mm-hmm.
but yet they can let Johnny Jihad walk into this damn country, or somebody across the border come up, that can get a visa, number one, the H-2B visa. They can get that, or they can, somehow finagle their way into becoming a green card holder, which is a permanent resident. Go take the damn CDL test, can't speak a lick of English, pass it, and they stick a truck between their freaking legs and say, go haul some freight, in their home language, of course. And somehow they have, our geniuses in government thinks that Jimmy Artis is the hazard on the highway because he has a prosthetic, but somebody that can't read a damn sign, it's just an inconvenience for them. So this has been a long time coming, but I would really like to see some funding tied to this. Some of these states that are saying, nope, we're not going to do it. It's unfair. It's, you're being xenophobic. You're being this, you're being that, and if they tie some funding to it and go ahead and say, well, guess what? You just got it zapped here, or start, since, the whole idea behind this CDL was to be a federally, have a federal license that's issued by states, but everything is the same. The test is supposed to be the same. The skill knowledge test is supposed to be the same. Everything is supposed to be identical from state to state. And yet, they're doing this crap, given the test in several different languages. And I'd like to hear from some state troopers if they're out there, or some, because they're going to be enforcing it. You can't hardly find a scale open most of the time. So I see a lot more presence in high traffic areas, high areas where they've had a lot of accidents, in targeted areas. You see a lot more DOT in there. And, we just got to wait and see what happens. But I think it's going to be, take the buffer zone, around the border, 25-mile radius south. They can saturate that area, but what are they going to do up in Canada? I mean, hell, we see a lot of these, French Canadians come down here that can't speak a damn word of English. The guy, I ripped his trailer door off. He, opened his trailer door up, swung it around, the damn chain hooked on my trailer, on the back of my trailer when I'm pulling out, and pulled his damn door off. I got called a son of a gun and French and everything else, before I got out of the truck, and was going to, teach him a little English, primarily don't hit me again. But, that crap happens. I mean, it's, here I'm pulling out of a parking space, and this idiot, decides to sling his door open, hits the back of my trailer, and the chain, the retainer chain wraps up underneath my, the back of the trailer there, and hooks on the bottom side. And I just kept, I didn't see it. Hell, until I looked in the mirror and said, what the hell am I dragging?
Wow.
Some dude's door. But, and I didn't pull out the parking space very far, but, it's just one of them things, and then, it was just, it wasn't my fault. It was his fault for slinging the door open, which he finally admitted to. But, it's going to be a shot in the dark on what the hell happens here. And I hope that they really get strict on this, because it's going to open up a lot of freight lanes, primarily, coming out of California and down in Texas and places like that. Of course, they got, a lot of these illegals that they give them the right to work, and these states that allow, the motor voter, or, that issues the driver's license to illegals, which California is one of them. They may not have a CDL, but they will be able to, drive a straight truck, and a lot of them do. And that should include them, because they're out here, putting dump truck drivers out of business and stuff like that, because they can haul it for, they're, hauling it for $6 an hour or whatever in the hell that guy's willing to pay them, versus a union scale wage or pretty close to it. So I'm really looking forward to this. I want to see what's going to happen here.
So if if some of these states really do begin to enforce, and you start weeding out, that should have a positive impact on rates, shouldn't it? Shouldn't fewer drivers means better rates to keep the ones that are actually legal?
Absolutely. Well, Jimmy was talking last night about, rates being, cut 22%. A lot of that came out of because we were still operating under a lot of the COVID rates that, never came back down. And so, they brought a lot of that down. But, during COVID, anybody and everybody could buy a damn truck or companies were just hiring people right and left because we were suddenly essential, and just the best thing since sliced bread.
While everybody else had to stay home and wear a mask. Hey, let me pause there. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. While en route to the NATO summit in the Netherlands, where the Israeli-Iranian conflict will be a key topic of discussion, President Trump was asked about reports of the ceasefire he announced yesterday already showing signs of strain.
I'm not happy with Israel. When I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either.
A short time after the ceasefire went into effect, Israel accused Iran of launching missiles that sent civilians scrambling into bomb shelters. That followed an earlier vow from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that Israel would respond forcefully if the truce was violated.
They basically have 2 countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
Iran still denies firing any missiles. While speaking aboard Air Force One today on his way to that NATO summit,
6,000 soldiers died last week. More, 6,500 soldiers died last week. Russia, Ukraine.
Trump says the war between Ukraine and Russia is also on his radar.
Vladimir called me up. He said, can I help you with Iran? I said, no, I don't need help with Iran. I need help with you.
Trump says he's hopeful Russian President Vladimir Putin will sign a deal. The head of the Federal Reserve says he was considering cutting interest rates until President Trump's tariff announcements.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell told a House committee he decided against a rate cut, fearing the tariffs were raising the prospect of rising inflation. Powell added that a rate cut was unlikely in July. Trump has been at odds with Powell over rate cuts, nicknaming the Fed chief Too Late Powell, claiming he was too slow to cut. I'm Brian Shook.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline today is $3.22. Alpine County, California is up to $5.79 a gallon. Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.58. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
There's a grassroots effort to boycott McDonald's over the fast food chain's rollback of diversity initiatives.
It's organized by the advocacy group the People's Union USA, which has been targeting corporations that seem to be backing away from diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. McDonald's says that while it has changed some of its DEI language, none of the company's core programming has changed. Several companies have distanced themselves from DEI efforts since President Trump took office and made eliminating DEI a mission. I'm Matt Mattinson.
A study from San Diego State University states that eating 4 strawberries a day could improve your cognitive skills.
The study followed 35 men and women in their 70s and found that eating 26 grams of freeze-dried strawberry powder made from fresh berries every day for 8 weeks led to better performance on cognitive tests. Researchers said the strawberries also helped lower blood pressure and increase disease-fighting antioxidants in the blood. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
July 4th travel is shaping up to be a record breaker.
AAA's Aixa Diaz is predicting over 72 million people will venture at least 50 miles from home over the Independence Day holiday period from Saturday, June 28th to Sunday, July 6th.
By the time you get to Saturday, June 28th, most kids are out of school, so that's when families can start making moves.
It's an additional 1.3 million road travelers compared to 2024. AAA also says 5.84 million will be flying to their destination, also a new record. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome aboard as we kick off a brand new day. Make our way into Hump Day, 25th day of June. So we've obviously been talking about the heat. The heat is on in the east. The heat will begin breaking down, but the severe weather threat begins to ramp up a bit, extending into the northeast on the northern fringe of the heat dome here for Wednesday. Expecting things to pick up from northern Ohio, southern Michigan. The threat of locally severe storms will extend eastward through central and northern Pennsylvania, the southern tier of New York and northern New Jersey. Similar threat across the southeast. Afternoon and evening thunderstorms could bring some gusty winds, drenching downpours. Locally severe thunderstorms continue in parts of the Midwest on into Thursday. Yeah, pockets of severe weather likely to fill in over the southeast, south central, Midwest, and northeastern states here during the latter part of the week as that heat dome breaks down and the lid is removed for thunderstorms. The trade winds will be enhanced by the east to west breeze created by the high pressure area associated with the heat dome, especially over the Florida peninsula. Well, that's a pattern that's often present during the summertime. Thunderstorms can be a bit stronger, given they're on the edge of the heat dome. Most of the thunderstorms will tend to erupt just inland off the Florida Atlantic beaches and then push westward across the peninsula as the day progresses. By the time they reach the Gulf Coast, indeed, they can be locally severe. Torrential downpours occurring within the ring of fire, as they call it. One area of concern where we could see some flash flooding is centered on New Mexico. Here into midweek, several inches of rain could come down in as many hours. Obviously, the rocky, rugged terrain can enhance the flash flood risk. Stream beds that are dry most of the year, the arroyos filling with rushing water, posing a risk to lives and property. So, all right, rainfall centered in that zone, centered on central and northwest Iowa here. They say some could see maybe up to 10 inches of rain. Wow, so the heat dies down. It was a hot one this past day, and the thunderstorms begin to erupt. All right, let me get back to, we were talking about, obviously, the English language proficiency thing there that begins to be enforced starting today. But I heard during the news break there, did you catch, I wanted to get Grump's response to this as well, where the president actually dropped an F-bomb live on the cameras this past day, kind of unleashing on both Israel and Iran, when he said they don't know what the F they're doing. The fiery moment caught on camera. Trump kind of let loose, slamming both Iran's recklessness and Israel's premature strikes after the ceasefire agreement. He made it very clear they dropped bombs right after we realized or finalized the deal. He said, biggest load I've ever seen. And now, look what we have. They don't know what the F they're doing. I mean, that's, I guess, classic Trump, right? No filters, no fake diplomacy, just downright raw truth, right? They don't know what the F they're doing.
Well,
go ahead.
No, they don't. And the funny thing about that is that you know, you didn't hear a whole lot from the Democrats talking about it, number one, because every word out of that idiot Crockett or AOC or one of them jackasses' mouth is you
impeach.
know, it's either the F-bomb or something. But, you know, it just proves that he's human. You know, he's able to feel emotion, and he was, you know, in the emotional moment, and that's what come out of his mouth. You know, big damn deal. If somebody don't like it, hey, you know, whatever, you know, things, you know, a lot worse things can happen, but he brought up a valid point, you know, and you know, I don't think for a second that damn, I don't know what the hell that was, car blowing up here or something. I don't think for a second, though, really, that we're going to see any kind of a ceasefire that's going to amount to anything. I think it's going to be, you know, I look, Iran is going to, you know, they're going to flex their muscles and, you know, whatever they got, you know, they don't have much left. But, you know, the whole thing was, you know, as soon as they announced that, 20 minutes before it went into effect, the missile, you know, hit in a residential section there in Iran or in Israel.
Mm-hmm.
So it killed those 4 people. And so it just set the ball rolling, and that's, you know, that's the way it was. So I look at it like, you know, if it lasts, hey, you know, hopefully, you know, Trump will get the damn Nobel Peace Prize, or, but it's never going to happen without some kind of a regime change. And I don't think they really want to dig into the regime change because of, the problems that happened, in Iraq and places. I mean, it was just, just absolutely crazy. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I hope it does. I mean, it's about time somebody, really brought it for what it is, and him dropping an F-bomb, that's fine with me. But getting back with these trucks here, in 2021 we had a glut. I mean, a real glut on trucks. I mean, they were, everybody was essential. So, we were hauling. That was everybody sitting at home eating like pigs, and and doing this, doing that, and so everybody was moving freight at that time, and a lot of these companies were just putting drivers on right and left, paying them outlandish amounts of money, and now they're trying to figure out what the hell they're going to do with drivers and trucks. It's COVID is over. It's been over for a while, and when the economy starts dropping down a little bit, then we never had a real glut on freight, and we don't now. But we got a lot of damn trucks out here that's looking for something to do, and that's something that I see with a lot of these immigrants, or whatever you want to call them, a lot of these visa drivers, and that's working for the logistics outfits that just happened to buy up a bunch of damn trucks. And I was looking at one today. It was basically a brokerage that had a spinoff of a logistics company, and then that logistics company had another logistics company, and it was just like shell corporations, which as far as I know, they're perfectly legal in the trucking industry or in the world of freight, but they had several different subsidies of this company, and of course, when it comes down to it, it was Chinese owned. Immigrants from China had come in here, and that they owned the main brokerage, and this has been a problem from day one, Steve. I mean, when we're looking at this, there's a difference between having a visa driver here and having somebody with a green card. Somebody with a green card can start out as working an assembly line or picking fruit or whatever it is, and become a permanent resident, and then they got the right to, if they don't like that job, as long as they got a job, they can keep that residency status there and that green card. So, hell, they can, go ahead and buy night and learn how to drive a truck. And next thing you know, they're out here, and then they're buying one. And, the rates go to the bottom, because that's, they pretty much live in the damn trucks, and that kind of issue. And that's been a problem out here. So I'd really hope that this requirement, that this English requirement here, it kind of puts us back on track to have more or less trucks and better selections of freight. That way, so many more people is going to, they're not going to be bidding it down right off the bat. And, they got people like hell in India. I was talking to a guy, and he dispatches the dispatchers that he has. That's all they do is watch freight. They several different load boards are sitting in India, just like a call center, and they pay them. Now, before we couldn't do that. They were not allowed to do that. That was a big no-no. And when Barack Obama came in, of course, he changed a lot of the requirements, and a lot of the, dropped the rates and everything down. Like, before it was, you had to have $1 million worth of if you started a business here, you had to, could only hire Americans. Well, they dropped it down to $50,000. Well, hell, anybody can go into, that's what got a lot of the Russians going on, Russians and Ukrainians here, in the trucking industry, because hell, they could go right to, Ritchie Brothers and other auction places and bid on a truck for $30,000 and a trailer for $20,000, and they're in business, and it's just been a spiral down, from then. But, Gouger brought it up last night, and stuff, when he said he was, he was tired of dodging, getting, damn near run over out here on the highway by these people. And I agree with him. It's like I said, hell, I just crossed into Illinois last night, and, or this morning when I was talking to you, or yesterday morning, and here down in the weeds, two guys coming up with the turbines on their head, and of course, the cop had just got there. He was sitting right down the road there, I guess, but, he was in front of me when he pulled over, but I'm like, damn, you know, I mean, this is just an everyday occurrence, you know, and if you remember some of the pictures that I posted, that accident that happened behind me over in Illinois, in Effingham, you know, two people got killed in that. I mean, it was right behind me. I mean, they knocking trucks right up literally within a foot of my truck, and the truck that caused it all, you know, of course, he exploded, you know, the fuel tank, you know, burst and caught on fire. Well, he bowed over it and damn near got run over by another truck that was going the opposite way, you know, because it was in construction zone, and you know, no English, you know, just wasn't paying attention, and this has got to stop. And if this is, you know, if it hurts a few feelings and you know, this stuff like that, I don't care. I don't give a damn. You know, America first. You know, hell, this used to be a country, Steve, where, you know, Granddad could hand the keys down to you know, his son, and it just continued on. That's no more. You know, we still got a large, I guess you could say, a large amount of trucks that are, you know, making up the selection here, but, you know, 5 trucks or less that's, you know, hauling the freight, the most freight out here. But who in the hell owns them? You know, that's the question. Who owns them? We've got so many damn visa drivers and people that came into this country that has just cut the rates to nothing, that, you know, it's forced everybody out. That, between that and all the regulations, you know, that doesn't seem to end. I'd like to see that too. They need to, you know, put their waders on and go through these damn regulations and get rid of about half of them. It's just nuts that, you know, the fines and things that they all, you know, that I'll slap a truck driver with is enormous. You know, well, you're supposed to be a professional. Well, hell, everybody out here that's got a license should be professional drivers. I mean, they should know what the hell they're doing. I don't care if they're in a car or in a truck, you know, but it just, I don't know, man. It's went down fast over, you know, I guess since deregulation and everything. That's something else. You know, you got Gouger retiring. You got so many the people that is retiring you know, that's been out here for years and was here prior to deregulation. You know, and there's nobody going to be left to tell the stories about how things used to be with the bingo stamps and stuff like that actually experienced it. And you know, a lot of drivers today, they don't know how damn lucky they got it, but you know, like I said, it's these logs, these e-logs and everything. I think the basis behind it was it's easier to teach somebody to push a button than it is to draw a graph line, and that was brought up in several of the town hall meetings and things that I attended, you know, during MAP 21. And you know, the ATA, they can, you know, people can say what they want, but you know, they were the catalyst behind a lot of this. You know, they knew that the companies are going to grow. They're going to need visa drivers because so many drivers were saying to hell with it. You know, when you start doing this stuff and you start getting these e-logs in here and you start, you know, popping us for every little damn thing, I'm out of here. And I don't know. You know, these you know, they're like puppy mills, these damn schools and stuff. You know, in 2 weeks they're giving them their license and stuff, and it's just you know, in 3 weeks they've already run over somebody. 4 weeks they're done. You know, I mean, it's you know, it's just the way it is, I guess.
Yep.
But that's my 2 cents on it.
Well, Grump, thanks for checking in. Have a good morning, and I guess time will tell. Will they actually enforce? You know, we've got one good friend who says he doesn't believe anybody's going to enforce it. I think Grump's probably right. Some states will actually follow the rule of law. Others, well, we won't mention, you know, red versus blue. Oh, I guess I just did. You get the gist, though. All right, hello to Tony. Morning, Steve. The entire Hotshot Nation from Southeast Illinois along the banks of the Ohio River. Looking at 81 degrees, humid tonight like everywhere else. Stay hydrated out there. Howdy, Eskimo Mom. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday, whatever day it is. 9 days till Independence Day, though. Starting off with the Cincinnati Drop and Hook. Have no idea where I'll be going when I get back to the yard, but hazy, humid, 82 degrees. Rolling I-75 near Franklin, Ohio. Be safe out there. All right, Crip Shot in the house. Man, I don't like it this hot. I don't go out. I bet Steve's cool there in the secret bunker. It's comfortable. Looks like, like 75 degrees in the bunker. 78 outside, but the AC makes it feel a lot less humid. The humidity's what's so oppressive right now. All right, it says, love this show. Listen all night, and then I nap during the day. Thank you much, Gripshot. Tapeworm, Morning Steve got a load of new trailers headed over to Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Glad to be tuned in tonight. It is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We'll get to other industry headlines coming up here. First, when it comes to concerns here at home, I've been kind of following the possibility of homegrown or terrorists who had snuck into this country, especially over the last 4 years, with the U.S. strikes over the weekend on Iran. Our customs and immigration and customs enforcement's been out arresting nearly a dozen Iranian nationals who were illegally in the country. Obviously, the open borders policy for the previous administration sparking concerns that potential terrorists and other actors have flooded into the country undetected. These arrests that took place over the weekend included a suspected terrorist, an individual with admitted ties to Hezbollah, and an alleged former Iranian army sniper, according to the press release from ICE this past day. We don't wait until a military operation to execute. We proactively deliver on the president's mandate to secure the homeland, they said. Immigrant agents in Mississippi apprehending one Yusef Meridano. The U.S. we terminated his residency in 2017 after determining he made false statements on his original visa application and potentially committed marriage fraud. They listed him as a known or suspected terrorist. Meanwhile, Miran Makari Saheli, a former member of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps with admitted connections to Hezbollah, arrested in Minnesota. He was previously convicted of being a felon in possession of a firearm, A judge had ordered his removal in 2022. In the Atlanta area, ICE arresting Ribvar Karimi, who was reportedly carrying his Islamic Republic of Iran Army identification card, which noted he was previously an Iranian Army sniper from 2018 to 2021. ICE determining he was eligible for removal after he entered the U.S. on a marriage visa last year, allegedly broke federal law by failing to adjust his immigration status. Another, Bazad Safari Najad, who was reportedly carrying a loaded firearm when ICE agents in Houston arrested him. He entered the country on a student visa 2016, arrested the following year in Texas for allegedly assaulting his wife. His wife obtained a restraining order claiming he had threatened her and her family in Iran. Immigration judge had ordered his removal in October of 2019. ICE Houston also arresting Hamid Reza Bayat, who was convicted of drug crimes and driving on a suspended license. An immigration judge there had ordered his removal nearly 2 decades ago. That's crazy. We'll return after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. An early intelligence assessment of the U.S. military strikes on Iran reportedly claims it did not completely destroy that nation's nuclear program.
Multiple outlets are reporting about the highly classified document produced by the Defense Intelligence Agency and U.S. Central Command. The reports say the U.S. believes there was significant damage, but that it was mostly to structures above ground. The White House has slammed the reporting, calling the alleged assessment flat out wrong. I'm Chris Carraggio.
ICE says they've arrested 11 Iranian illegal immigrants. We now go to Monica Nelson for that report.
The immigrants, as well as a U.S. citizen who threatened to kill ICE agents, were arrested over the weekend. Arrests were made in states including Arizona, Texas, Colorado, and Mississippi. The agency said the arrests reflect the Department of Homeland Security's commitment to keeping known and suspected terrorists out of American communities.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Speaking of some of the Iranian arrests that took place over the weekend, the Attorney General Pam Bondi this past day alluded to over 1,000 Iranian sleepers actually in the country. That was her quote. Over 1,000 have entered our country. I can tell you we are on high alert, and everyone is looking at that very closely. Wow. Give you more on that coming up. First, back to the phones at 844-844-3388. Hump Day coming on. How's Eagles week going? Morning, Eagle.
Yeah. Okay. I'm doing all right. Let's see. Yeah, I got a couple things to talk about. Situation with Donald Trump. Yeah, I was trying to avoid this situation with Trump, Steve, but Donald Trump, man, Donald Trump is making a lot of mistakes in the last couple of days. I think I know what the problem is, Steve. Donald Trump, he's trying to go down in history is this Mr. Peacemaker, Mr. Big Deal, man, and he's trying to go too fast. He's trying to make things happen a little bit too fast, Steve. Way too fast. He embarrassed himself. Okay, now this situation that's going on in Iran, or Iraq, or whatever one is called.
Iran.
Iran, okay. Now the situation, Steve, is looking more and more like, and see, here's what I'm really pissed off the most about. It's not Trump's fault, but it's definitely somebody that works for Donald Trump in his intelligence department. Now it's becoming more and more clear, Steve. Now, Donald Trump, the first mistake he made was last Saturday when he came on television and said that it was total annihilation of the chemicals, the factory that they had underneath the mountain, without even having men on the ground to actually go and inspect it and make sure that that the laboratory had been terminated. That's his first mistake right there, a big mistake. And people like CNN and MSNBC, they've been talking about it. They all over it. It's all in the TV and news all day long today and yesterday. they saying Donald Trump doesn't have any evidence that this chemicals was destroyed.
Well, first things first, Eagle. I thought you made it clear that you don't listen to the likes of CNN and MSNBC because they don't tell the truth anyway. You know, all they're going to do is tell you tell you lies. They don't know what's going on.
Well, you know I don't listen to them. See, I'm talking about you hear caps of it when you when you're looking at TikTok or Facebook. They got little blurbs of things of what's CNN. You know damn well I CNN. I'm in a truck right now. You know damn well I don't watch no CNN. You know how bad I feel about those people in MSNBC. But what I'm saying is this is facts now, Steve. I'm talking facts. I don't give a damn what CNN or MSNBC. This is coming from top people saying that there were trucks that was at this site earlier before Donald Trump made the attack on the chemical factory. There were trucks. Somebody said that they have satellite photos of trucks that were loading up things. What'd you say?
I've seen the photos, and that is 100%. There were about 18 trucks lined up prior to going. I believe they were moving some of the centrifuges. Now, what good the what good would the centrifuges be somewhere else if the laboratory and the scientists that actually could develop them are gone? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, from what I'm hearing, it might have been some other things that they were. It might have been the thing that you put into the top of the missile, for the nuclear. That's what they're concerned with. That's what they're like 800 pounds of this stuff. I think they said 800 to 900 pounds. This is what's missing. They don't know where the hell it is. They don't know if Iran, if the top people moved it to another location. Now, nobody knows. Nobody's been there to inspect the site. We know that there was bunker busters. We know that the bombs went down there, and whatever, if it was a laboratory, it's destroyed. We know that. But whatever but who's to say that what they wanted to stop is not there? Because Iran, these are very dangerous people, and they were within a couple of months or weeks of being complete to have a nuclear device, Steve. And these people, this is not, this is a serious deal here. These are some very dangerous people. This leader, this Shaw, whatever the hell his name is, this guy here is a very dangerous man. There's no negotiating with this man. Only thing he wants is the destruction of Israel and the United States of America. There's no compromise with this loser. And like I said, Donald Trump, like I said, he did something that no other president, and I'll give him credit for that, no other president in the history of the USA would have done what he did when he sent them the fighter jets over there to Iran without getting in and getting out. At least he attempted to do something. I give him credit for that. But the problem I have is that, is what people are trying to come. Because like I told you, Steve, these Democrats, they're looking for every opportunity they can to try to downgrade Donald Trump. And he gave it to him when he said annihilation without, knowing for sure if what they wanted to do was done. So they're all over this. And now they're all over this. Donald Trump, I think he might be listening to your show, Steve, because everything that I've been saying about CNN and MSNBC, Donald Trump said this morning when he cussed up, when he was raising hell before he got on that helicopter, and everything he said was true. CNN is garbage, and both of them are trash. You can bet your last dollar ain't neither one of them connected up in my home on none of my televisions, and I told you this for years. But Donald Trump said that he was up at night watching this garbage. That's another mistake he made, was even entertaining these people, because he already knows that these people are not going to say nothing but garbage and trash about him 24 hours. They ought to call it the Donald Trump Network, because that's all they talk about on CNN is Donald Trump 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Go ahead and change your name to the Donald Trump Network, because that's exactly what it is. And everything they say is nothing but bad about Trump, Steve. And Trump was aggravated, and with these bogus questions that they asked him before he got on the helicopter, and he let out a profanity, which I don't have no problem with, because those same people that are criticizing Donald Trump for using foul language. Some of the biggest hell raisers out there. So that doesn't mean anything. Just because he's president doesn't mean he can't use foul language. He's lucky. If I was president, I would say it more than that before I got on that helicopter. They lucky Donald Trump is the president, because I almost said a cuss word right there. But like I said, sometimes, Steve, sometimes you have to get your point across, and Donald Trump is, like I said, he's doing his thing. He's doing things that people have never done before, with Israel, Iran, with Ukraine, Russia. He's attempting to make something happen, and it just makes me sick that these Democrats, they're talking about impeaching the man for trying to do his job. Donald Trump is trying to do his job, and that's all you can ask from the man is to do his job. And like I said, the best thing Donald Trump can do, Steve, if I was him, I wouldn't even take questions from these people. There's certain reporters, guys stand up, I tell them to sit down. I'm not answering nothing you got to say, because we know what these people are about. There's only certain people I'd even take questions from at this point, Steve, because it's still got to the point now. You know something, Steve? It's almost like, before I hang up with you, it's almost like these people are rooting against Donald Trump to have a failure. Like I said, with this attack that they had on Iran, it's almost like these people are rooting for Donald Trump to lose, for Iran to eventually come up with a nuclear weapon. It almost seems like that's what these idiots want, just to see Donald Trump fail. And last time I checked, we all live in the United States of America, but for some reason, Donald Trump is public enemy number one, and it's really a damn shame. So, like I said, I just wish there was some way, all these people that hate America so much, God, I just wish they would just get the hell out of the country and put them on a plane and any destination you want to go to, and never come back to the USA, because we don't need you. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, I don't know that he's making mistakes. It is, I'm hearing some of those reports about maybe we didn't totally eliminate the nuclear threat. Undoubtedly, it is set back by years, to say the least. Is it 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? Assessment, as they say. Assessment is still going on. From a satellite, you can't see all those hundreds of feet underground, what may have been totally collapsed beneath the surface. But we just don't know. Now, as far as the centrifuges, yes, Israel is believing that the uranium was moved before the strikes took place from the Fordo nuclear site. Growing evidence that about 880 pounds of uranium that was 60% enriched was actually removed from the site. Via the New York Times, reporting that the Iranians, with Trump's threats to take military action, moved the uranium that was could be used for nuclear weapons. The fuel had been within another nuclear complex near the ancient Iranian capital of Isfahan, where it was seen by teams of United Nations inspectors a week before Israel started their airstrikes on Iran. Now, they said Iran has made no secret that they had protected this material. No one asked does that mean the stockpile was moved? He said, I do. I believe it was. The stockpile reportedly stored in small containers that would fit in the trunks of about 10 cars. So they didn't need 18 big trucks. Speaking on the condition of anonymity, said that it does not appear the Fordo site was totally destroyed. However, he said that site was taken off the table. So it's not going to be back up and running anytime soon. U.S. officials conceding they're not certain about where the nuclear material was reportedly moved. Although Senator Markwayne Mullin of Oklahoma on Monday denied the materials were moved and said more uranium had been stockpiled at the Fordo facility, because the Iranians thought it was a safe place to be. But earlier this month, Iran claimed they had another enrichment site in what they referred to as a secure, invulnerable location, which could have been a new site under a mountain about a mile above sea level, south of Natanz, which that was a site that was also targeted in the raids on Sunday. It's all as everything has been. It's fluid. It's in motion. We have to wait and see. And even the bigger question, will the ceasefire hold? If the evidence comes out that their nuclear capabilities have not been eliminated, I can all but guarantee you Israel is going to go back and finish that job. Pretty simple. All right, what do we have? Clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Philip is up and at him. He posted a few minutes ago. He said, it's almost rocket time. I said, all right, what? I wasn't aware. What's launching this morning? I just pulled it up. The much-anticipated Axiom 4 space mission, which will be carrying an Indian astronaut, finally set to lift off after multiple delays. Let's see, set for June 25, 12:01 p.m. IST. So that's international time. What time is that? Launching from Kennedy Space Center. This Indian astronaut, a former Indian Air Force pilot, will serve as the mission's pilot, marking a major moment for India's return to human spaceflight, they say. This is being carried out by the private space company known as Axiom Space, in collaboration with SpaceX. Weather conditions 90% favorable, all systems ready. The crew is fully strapped in for their journey to the International Space Station. All right, so they said they'll be posting updates right here, and that was... Yeah, what time was that posted? About 11:13 IST. Okay, so that's from one of the, I guess, from the overseas news services. Good morning, Plowboy.
A little bit warm up here in Kansas City. Yep, but no. I hope everything goes well getting that thing off the ground. What time did you say it was scheduled for?
Well, 12:01 IST. I'd have to get the calculator to see what's the transition to Eastern time versus IST, right?
Correct. No, I can never keep up that card myself. But initially called to talk about. I'll go ahead. Now, I'm sorry. I disagree with that last caller. Full tilt. Because Israel had to do it sometime. And I'm sorry. We can't wait. Like I said the other night, after we got hit 9/11, we could not wait for Israel to get annihilated. And that was 18 months before Bush got off his ass and done anything. And, well, hell, now. And CNN and the likes and these rhinos, they're going to figure out anything that they can say to make President Trump look like the bad guy. I'm sorry. I think this could not have been done at a better time. And what you just said there, I agree 110%. But last night, with what Grump just said also, see, there's a bunch of us. If you have any missing pieces from your hands or a leg or anything, I've even had a doctor more than once look at me, make the comment about the waiver. I said, Doc, you want to shake hands with me? I damn near ran into tears. I mean, oh, okay, I guess I got to rethink that one. They looked at me with a pissed off attitude, but Grump made one big comment about the as far as all these being in here driving trucks. I remember years ago. Remember back there when? What was the first thing that they really tried to shove down our throat? And when he made the comment about cutting the funding or the money allotted to the states, there's two parts on this one, sir, the way I see it. Because here the other day, I forget what paper, it might have been USA Today or one of them, I get offline, that said these states, these blue states, was going to not uphold what President Trump, Holman, and Christie Nome wants. Same way with what was just talked about as far as stopping these yahoos that can't speak a lick of English. I remember your daddy talking about years ago when, what was the first thing they really tried to shove down our throat? Was it not the seat belts? Everybody started one state, then it just went across the country.
Right.
Kentucky Transportation Council, I remember it just like if your dad was just saying it right now. They came out. We're going to have to enforce this or we're going to lose our funding that's coming from D.C. And I mean, it's just like, well, why don't we do it now? Instead of bowing down to all these damn judges and all these governors like Newsom out there, just cut their damn funding. And I'm sorry, Newsom can't rely on his own self. Really, he can't. And it might be a good way to unload what we don't need, but I don't know. It just, I hope the heck it goes like it should. But, and also, years ago, when we all started out here, there was farms had 4, 5, 6 trucks. Construction company might have an extra truck or two when they weren't busy hauling whatever they were hauling to go haul a road trip here and there, run local. But I mean, now that's one reason why I don't miss it. I absolutely do not miss the road. Is because you walk in a truck stop, you're walking like walking into a foreign country. I mean, a foreign damn country. and they don't care. And the truck stops are no longer truck stops; they're travel centers shoving down whatever junk they want to put out. And other than that,
well, they're there to service everyone traveling on the roads, not just the truck. Yeah, but that's why they are called, travel centers, right? Hey, we got news break coming up though. I did the IST is India Standard Time, where right now it's 11:50 or 11:27 a.m. In other words, launch is about 30 minutes away, so it'll be close to like 2:30 Eastern launch time.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. While en route to the NATO summit in the Netherlands, where the Israeli-Iranian conflict will be a key topic of discussion, President Trump was asked about reports of the ceasefire he announced yesterday already showing signs of strain.
I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either.
A short time after the ceasefire went into effect, Israel accused Iran of launching missiles that sent civilians scrambling into bomb shelters. That followed an earlier vow from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that Israel would respond forcefully if the truce was violated.
We basically have 2 countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
Iran still denies firing any missiles. While speaking aboard Air Force One today on his way to that NATO summit,
6,000 soldiers died last week. More, 6,500 soldiers died last week. Russia, Ukraine.
Trump says the war between Ukraine and Russia is also on his radar.
Vladimir called me up. He said, can I help you with Iran? I said, no, I don't need help with Iran. I need help with you.
Trump says he's hopeful Russian President Vladimir Putin will sign a deal. The head of the Federal Reserve says he was considering cutting interest rates until President Trump's tariff announcements.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell told a House committee he decided against a rate cut, fearing the tariffs were raising the prospect of rising inflation. Powell added that a rate cut was unlikely in July. Trump has been at odds with Powell over rate cuts, nicknaming the Fed chief Too Late Powell, claiming he was too slow to cut. I'm Brian Shook.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline today is $3.22. Alpine County, California is up to $5.79 a gallon. Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.58. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
There's a grassroots effort to boycott McDonald's over the fast food chain's rollback of diversity initiatives.
It's organized by the advocacy group the People's Union USA, which has been targeting corporations that seem to be backing away from diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. McDonald's says that while it has changed some of its DEI language, none of the company's core programming has changed. Several companies have distanced themselves from DEI efforts since President Trump took office and made eliminating DEI a mission. I'm Matt Mattinson.
A study from San Diego State University states that eating 4 strawberries a day could improve your cognitive skills.
The study followed 35 men and women in their 70s and found that eating 26 grams of freeze-dried strawberry powder made from fresh berries every day for 8 weeks led to better performance on cognitive tests. Researchers said the strawberries also helped lower blood pressure and increase disease-fighting antioxidants in the blood. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
July 4th travel is shaping up to be a record breaker.
AAA's Aixa Diaz is predicting over 72 million people will venture at least 50 miles from home over the Independence Day holiday period from Saturday, June 28th to Sunday, July 6th.
By the time you get to Saturday, June 28th, most kids are out of school, so that's when families can start making moves.
It's an additional 1.3 million road travelers compared to 2024. AAA also says 5.84 million will be flying to their destination, also a new record. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Your factory fuel.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, rolling into a brand new day. Midweek coming on here. Hope your week's going well. Yeah, we hear all the likes of AOC talking about impeaching Trump. He didn't have permission to bomb Iran. I shared a little link, a compilation this past day that goes back through the Obama administration. And one announcement after another where he said, today I'm announcing we are striking Syria. We are striking Iraq. Yeah. Through his term, bombs dropped on Syria, Iraq, Libya, Yemen, Somalia, Pakistan. Yeah, 26,000 plus bombs dropped. over a period of time. Did he have to get congressional authority to do so? I don't believe ever the idea of impeaching him for making those moves was suggested. But here's you got our old faithful Al Green, who's, I don't know, how many times has he issued or filed articles of impeachment? He did it again yesterday, trying to impeach Trump for failing to get congressional authorization before dropping bombs on Iran, alleging abuse of presidential powers, disregarding the separation of powers. Now, he goes on and on. Let's see. I did not come to Congress to be a bystander while a president abuses power and devolves American democracy into authoritarianism, with himself as an authoritarian president. It didn't go anywhere. Yeah, what were the numbers? Yeah, many Democrats even shooting that down, the proposal. For what it's worth, let me get back to Plowboy. Thanks for hanging in there.
Thank you for keeping me over. Now you just ruined my train of thought for what I had, but I'm going to go with what you just said. Thank you, sir, for bringing me back. Okay. Why in the Sam Hill we would be involved in damn Democrats in anything that we do? Do we not remember when Monica from Ukraine came to the White House? Did they not sabotage a meeting with Monica and President Trump before the meeting ever took place?
Yes, they did.
What the hell we need to... I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you, brother. So, what good is it to consult the damn Democrats just so they can sabotage this one?
Well, the greatest thing is that the leadership in the Republican Party was notified that this bombing was going to be taking place. The leadership on the Democrat side was not notified. They're just butthurt. The funny thing is, seeing as none of them were notified, there were no leaks, no media outlets, no suggestions. The complete element of surprise was maintained because we know they leak everything.
Absolutely, brother. But, honestly, just from what I can see of things, I think we have a Democrat. He either needs to knock them all in the damn head or come over to our side of the floor. And that's John Fetterman. He's about the only one of them yahoos who's got a damn clue. He was on game with it for us doing that with Iran.
Yes,
he stands up for Israel. What none of those other knotheads that claim to be of Jewish background, Schumer and Bernie and some of them other yahoos, they're more for the more for the enemy than they are for Israel or the United States. But I can't say anymore. I'll be dropping an F-bomb. Don't want to do that. But, hey, Steve, go look at your AP, please. AP is showing a place out of Linden, New Jersey, is teaching these new drivers or prior drivers with English impediments how to speak certain phrases so they could get by the DOT.
Just enough to
I got a question.
Just enough to be considered proficient. Is that the idea? There's there many companies out there that have non-English speaking drivers. Many of the big names. Yeah, I mentioned here a few weeks ago. Yeah, Celadon was one of those companies, one of our sponsors many years ago. That, they had their own special department to assist the non-English speakers to help them be able to get out there. And let me see. As far as I pulled up the vote, Al Green's articles of impeachment, which they did take a full House vote. They had 79 Let's see, 344 to 79. It failed. Just hours after he introduced it. Let's see, all 79 votes against tabling the resolution came, obviously, from Democrats. Yeah, the rest of the Democrats actually voted with Republicans to kill the legislation. So many Democrats, that's pretty clear. Most Democrats, like Republicans, do not see impeachment in this case as realistic. It's not going to happen, a successful option. Of course, maybe they shouldn't. The president himself's already been impeached twice, right? Let's see what's going on with buckwheat. How's your week going there?
Oh, it's a little hot there, Steve.
Yes.
Last week I came on and I didn't quite believe that it was going to get hot, but I have to say you're right again. You know what's happening. But anyhow, yesterday I'm off on Tuesdays and I go to the gym while I listen to you. And as I was on the treadmill there, I was looking at the TVs that they have in the front there. They had Fox on one side and CNN was on the TV right beside it, so I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I could watch the banners underneath. And like for a half hour, 45 minutes that I was there watching, the Fox was pretty much talking about the Trump's peace deal that he brokered and stuff like that. And different people were coming on and talking about that. But CNN, well, they just showed that, Trump may have not got everything. And then he said something about the weather. Then he said something about this and that. But they didn't touch anything about the peace, that Trump's trying to maybe brought a peace treaty between Iran and Israel. And it's like, well, why don't you guys just tell the real news? I mean, both sides, can't you even do that? But I guess they are all about getting Trump and they want to impeach him and that's not how to run the government.
Well, Trump was actually proving that our one and only mission was to eliminate the ability for them to create a nuclear weapon. It wasn't about, they said it's not about regime change. It's not about overthrowing the Ayatollah. It's just eliminating that threat of a nuclear weapon. Go in, do it, which he says they felt he did. Get out, and at least for the moment, we're done.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, his purpose was just to stop them from building a nuclear weapon, and that's what he said the whole time. Trying to get them that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and but Iran is pretty stubborn. So I hope the peace deal holds. I hope they get a regime change there. I hope we're not involved with the regime change. I hope Iranian people do it themselves. But that's just my thing there. And your show last night, that was wonderful there with Monkey Gouger, and I really liked that. And we're out driving around yesterday, being grandma and grandpa, me and Cream of Wheat there, and we had our granddaughter along, and we had to go up to pick up Ashton Mario Kart up at his special needs camp that he was at, and we also have to take another parent, with their child. We share driving responsibilities, so we had to pick that child up, and she's a young girl, and she's very nonverbal, and I was listening to your show that I missed, from yesterday, and so Ashton Murray-Clark was happy about that. He was pretty pleased with it. And this here little girl, she started screaming and making a fuss, and my Cream of Wheat there said, I don't think she likes Steve Summers.
Uh-oh.
And I looked back, and Ashton Murray-Clark standing sitting there in the middle seat. He had his hands over his ears, and he was trying to crawl into the front seat, but seatbelt wouldn't let him. Trying to get away from this racket in the back. And so Creamy Wheat there, she put some children's songs on her phone and calmed the situation down, and I turned you off. So we got rid of her, then I put you back on again. But,
How about that? She didn't like me.
So Aston Mario Kart was pleased, but the passenger was not. So, I don't know. My wife said, well, your voice mustn't be soothing for her or something. And she also, Creamy Wheat there, also liked Monkey Gouger there. She thought he sounds like a real certified grandpa, just listening to him. And with his storytelling and stuff like that. But, anyhow, and on my way here to New York City again, seems like the people want to keep eating there in New York City, so we got to keep bringing them more and more food. But, next week, I'm looking forward to it because I'm going to be off all week long. We're going to be sitting at the cabin. And if I can stay awake, I'm probably going to be sitting on the porch there listening to you. And, maybe entertain the deers and the bears and the rattlesnakes and the copperhead snakes and all the other wildlife creatures and see if they want to be into the trucking show.
Mm-hmm.
But so maybe I'll call you from the front porch of the cabin there.
That would work.
I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, but hey, when you're on vacation, you don't plan nothing. Just let it happen,
Well, in most occasions when I'm on vacation, I try to get away from everything, and I try to get away from the news, and you can actually live, and you can live without having all that media stuff driving you insane.
Yeah, well, that's sort of what I do. There was one time it took 2 years ago. I took a week off until the fourth week and went up to the cabin, and we just went and drove around different towns and just seen the sights and the history of the towns. And I had spent 900 miles on my truck, and I never drove on the highway except for coming back and going out and coming back. About 50 miles of it was on the highway, 4-lane highway. Everything was 2-lane roads, and I felt like old school trucking. So that was wonderful. I don't have quite the longevity there as Monkey Gouger. I only have been driving a truck for 34 years. So, he has 50 years, so he got me beat, and I don't know if I can hang out to get 50 years in driving a truck.
Right.
Yeah, it's a little tougher than what it used to be, but anyhow, hey, we'll see what happens, and we'll just keep plugging away. But so that's about all I have, and I guess we'll speak at you later.
Appreciate you chiming in this morning. Thank you so much, Buckwheat, and maybe get a call from the front porch there. Little vacation time.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck. A 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, as I look at the clock, I suppose if all goes according to plan, your launch should be occurring here in a matter of minutes. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How you doing? Yeah, you're probably going to be in the break when that thing goes off there, Steve. What, 2:31? Is that what they're looking at?
Correct.
Yeah. Well, I got them all strapped in there, and they're fueling the rocket. Last time when I left the house, that's what they were doing before I left the house.
So if it's an Axiom,
it'd be interesting.
Axiom, what they contract with SpaceX because they're using the Dragon capsule, correct?
Yes. This isn't a NASA flight. This is a privately funded flight with SpaceX.
Okay.
This company Axiom, they actually are going to build the space station eventually. They're getting into that. It's a big company. They do a lot of different things with space, but those folks essentially they're going up there. They're seeing what's going on with the ISS and stuff, and they're getting a lot of their ideas from going up there and actually these flights. And it's something that they're going to be the first one that's going to have a commercial space station, from what I understand.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a big deal. It's a really big deal, and it's a big deal they're even going because the deal with the ISS and the leakage in it, that's what's grounded them on a few times with this, because they're doing all kinds of readings on the ISS all the time now with pressure to see what's going on with it, because they don't know, if it's still leaking as bad as it was.
Mm-hmm.
They put all kinds of different fixes on it, so hopefully they got the thing going to where they can get up there and do whatever they need to do and get back or whatever. But it's a privately funded flight, so we're not footing the bill on this one. Axiom is. So that's the way it should be. What do you think, Steve?
I concur. Yes, that's the way it should be. I don't know. It's probably cannot be a cheap mission, right? It's got to be a very expensive venture.
Oh, I wouldn't even want to know how many millions of dollars this flight costs. And Jared Isaacman, he's the guy that almost became the director of NASA. He's bought a couple of those flights, so that just shows you. They're out there. And Steve, did you hear we have a new company that's into developing rockets now?
I meant to touch on that. Honda. I saw that. Yeah, that one kind of blew me away. I had no idea they were looking at space.
And what was funny with that one was everything is in one piece. Now, these guys, the rocket they developed has legs on it. It took off. It had no launch pad. It took off just took right off the ground and went up and was up there went about 900 feet and came back down. But they want to have it where that rocket doesn't have any launch facilities around it like you see now. I mean, they could just, that thing could be in put it in the middle of an area where a concrete is and take off. If you get a chance, watch the videos.
Building
of
your
it.
online
It's really
business?
cool. I mean, it takes off on its own legs. The legs
Go to
retract.
Wix.com and
Just
set
like
up your
an airplane with the landing gear
right
going
now
up.
is some of the,
it does what it needs to do. It comes back down, the legs come back out, and it lands. So that was pretty nifty. I saw that the other day. I meant to mention it, but it's just a lot of things going on these days, So, but just about getting there, Steve. Do you want to hold me over, or you want me to hang out?
Yeah. I'm looking at. I was able to pull up. I mean, I interrupted you a bit there with some audio that was coming from the Axiom launch. The countdown clock is at 5 minutes. So counting down. I guess that I'm checking it out live on YouTube at this hour. But he mentioned the Honda, the Japanese automaker, launching and landing. It's a prototype rocket last week. A 56-second vertical takeoff and landing at their facility there in Japan. Japan's what they call Space Town. Got up about 900 feet in the air, touched down just 14 and a half inches from the target, according to the company. And it's an experimental reusable rocket that measures about 20 and a half feet in length, 33 and a half inches in diameter, has a dry weight of about 1,984 pounds, wet weight 2,893 pounds. But they're working. As I said, I had no idea. Honda, space, Honda's cars, right? Let's get our news break, get the latest, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. An early intelligence assessment of the U.S. military strikes on Iran reportedly claims it did not completely destroy that nation's nuclear program.
Multiple outlets are reporting about the highly classified document produced by the Defense Intelligence Agency and U.S. Central Command. The reports say the U.S. believes there was significant damage, but that it was mostly to structures above ground. The White House has slammed the reporting, calling the alleged assessment flat out wrong. I'm Chris Carangio.
ICE says they've arrested 11 Iranian illegal immigrants. We now go to Monica Nelson for that report.
The immigrants, as well as a U.S. citizen who threatened to kill ICE agents, were arrested over the weekend. Arrests were made in states including Arizona, Texas, Colorado, and Mississippi. The agency said the arrests reflect the Department of Homeland Security's commitment to keeping known and suspected terrorists out of American communities.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
That's what I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group.
AX4 is go for launch.
That is great news for Mission Control and from our crew on board
All right,
Dragon.
for those hanging on,
With that, we are
I've
just
got
at
the audio
T-minus
up.
30
We're
seconds.
listening in live to the countdown clock, which is
to lift off of AX4.
about 25 seconds. See if they can get this thing off the ground live. Yeah, due to
Let's
the fact
go AX4.
it is a human space flight. There are 4 astronauts aboard this.
15 seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
For 3 nations, a new chapter in space takes flight. Godspeed, AX4.
All right, liftoff successful. Now 20 seconds into the flight.
T plus 30 seconds into flight with the Axiom 4 crew on board Dragon, headed to the International Space Station. Waiting to hear call-outs from the Falcon 9 engineering team.
Hello?
Yeah, got you back
Power
there,
to launch
Philip.
nominal.
They are successfully heading up. I don't know if you're in the proximity to see them
Throttling
lifting
down
off.
the 9 Merlin engines. We're into the throttle bucket, preparing
I'm
for
seeing
max
it right
Q.
now. I'm over here at Maitland Boulevard and I-4, and I can see it. It's looking good. Looks good so far.
Okay.
Haven't got the booster. The booster's still going, the number 1. They haven't separated yet, but it's looking good. Looks really good. I'm just right now crossing Maitland Boulevard. I'm almost to Lee Road on I-4, and it looks like it's holding together pretty good.
That's a good thing.
We should be seeing that booster separation here pretty soon. I'm kind of watching this drive here.
Right. You're trying to multitask, right? But distracted driving.
Yeah. Distracted driving, yeah. We're just about at booster separation right now.
Okay.
We're going to booster separation right now. They just shut the main off on the first booster there. So yeah, they just did booster separation. So I can't see it now. It went away, so it's down to the second stage now. So the other one should be coming back. I believe it's coming back onto a barge, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
But then again, it could be coming back here at the Cape. I really didn't keep up on this one as much. They've been trying to bring them back to the Cape. If you ever get a chance, Steve, that's a really cool thing when those come back, because you hear the sonic boom when they take off, but when they come back, you get the boom right before the stage comes back. And if you're ever fortunate enough to be down here when they do a Falcon Heavy, where both stages come back at the same time, that's really, really cool, because then you get to see 2 of them come back. And it's pretty nifty stuff there. But it looks good so far. I'm not sure. Are you still watching on YouTube?
Yeah, but everything I'm seeing is kind of delayed. The booster separation just occurred on the screen here, so they're probably like a minute and a half behind what you're seeing.
Yeah. Usually, when I watch YouTube and I watch like NASA Spaceflight or one of those channels, I'm usually about what you see on YouTube is probably about a minute. You're way behind.
Right.
There's been times I've seen them doing the countdown and look up in the sky and the thing is already up in the sky. And that's when it's kind of cool too, when you see them, they're doing this and that. But it looks pretty good. I mean, from what I could see on the launch, these night launches, depending on how things go, it's really cool. Did you hear the term the jellyfish, Steve, where they talk about that?
Yeah, is that like right after the separation, or is that the trail it leaves up in the sky, the jellyfish in the sky?
Well, the jellyfish is kind of like it's the way, the angle of which the rocket's taken off and the lighting from the sun and whatnot coming across the plane. You get like this effect. It's like a purple looking, it looks like a jellyfish in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
And it's with the rocket coming back across when they come back from doing it. It's really cool. You have to check it out. It's kind of hard to explain, but it's like an optical illusion type thing, but it's pretty cool. Those there, you can't really see them like where I'm at right now, because I'm coming into Orlando, and there's a lot of lights around.
Gotcha.
But when you get out, like say where I live at, and there's not a lot of lights out there in a real dark area, it's beautiful. I mean, it's pretty. I got to say this much: this SpaceX thing is really cool, but the coolest flights I ever seen were those shuttle night takeoffs. The shuttle had something going on that was totally different than this, with the way it looked in the sky. Especially after you had all the separations and everything. It was something totally different, but it was bright, a lot brighter than this. I mean, that rocket a while ago was pretty bright when I was talking to you with the main booster on. But when you see it, those shuttles back in the day, I guess, I don't know, I guess it was just because it was so much power. That's what interests me about the Starship. There's so much power in that. When you see that, it's just the amount of force that thing has. It's just ridiculous. I can just imagine what those folks felt last week over there in Texas when that one blew up on the stand, and that was only at 10%. A full one, when you see it, you see that thing taking off. I mean, it's a big deal. That's why everybody gets kind of giddy about it, because that thing that's amazing. That's a feat. So, but looks like they're doing pretty good. How are you still looking at on YouTube?
I know. I went ahead and backed out.
Yeah, they're doing good so far. It'll take them I would think they would be there in probably about 24 hours. They'll be over there tomorrow, probably, I would think. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the time frame of when they're supposed to hook up with the station, but I would figure they would be up there in about 24 hours.
Okay.
The Russians can do it. The Russians can do it in 6 hours, Steve, from takeoff to getting to the station in 6 hours from where they're at. So I don't know if we've ever done that or not before, but that's kind of cool. But that's pretty much all I got tonight, buddy. I appreciate you having me, and we'll talk to y'all later.
All right. Hey, safe travels on into work this morning. Good to have some, live eyes in the sky commentary from the launch there from the Cape this early Wednesday morning. CNN is the one that's really pushing this whole narrative that Trump's bombing was not successful. They're in Iran over the weekend. Carolyn Levitt, the press secretary, posting here a bit earlier. Fake news, CNN strikes again. This alleged assessment is flat out wrong and was classified as top secret, but it was still leaked to CNN by some anonymous, low-level loser in the intelligence community. I'm sure they're going to be trying to figure out who that was. Now, the leaking of this alleged assessment is a clear attempt to demean President Trump and discredit the brave fighter pilots who conducted a perfectly executed mission to obliterate Iran's nuclear program. Everyone knows what happens when you drop 14 30,000-pound bombs perfectly on their targets, which is total obliteration. So standing by their assessment, yes, it's an ongoing scenario. But one thing that I watched a little breakdown of these fighter pilots, how their mission unfolded with the diversion tactic of two B-2s flying out of Missouri headed west. And the media was told they're flying to Guam, like setting the stage where, if need be, we could launch from there. Whereas at the same time, the other B-2s were headed. They take off. They never landed. Here to there and back. Refueling, I think it was like maybe up to 6 times between the entirety of the mission. But from taking off in Missouri and an 18-hour flight to drop their package, as they call it, on those facilities in Iran, exiting Iranian airspace, flying nonstop, all the way back to Missouri, 36 hours in the air. That's a pretty incredible feat. So, I mean, big time, tip of the hat to those pilots getting the job done successfully. And again, they say they hit their targets exactly as targeted. Hey, good morning, Carl.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Congratulations to those pilots. And they did an excellent job. And everybody involved, the Navy as well, with the 30
Tomahawks
that they launched from the sub. You know, it was awesome. Awesome job. Okay. Probably should have been done a lot earlier, in my opinion. If there was anything that I would criticize about the whole operation, I would have done it a lot earlier. Okay. I mean, I've been thinking about this for a long time, and Donald Trump is the only president that I know of to ever hit a nuclear facility. Okay. So let's take that into consideration as well. All right. I don't know of any other president, even Obama hit in Pakistan, okay, which has nuclear weapons, but I don't believe he hit the nuclear facilities that they have in Pakistan. So Donald Trump is the only president in American history to ever hit a nuclear facility designed to wipe out Israel, as they have stated. In Iran, they have stated that they want to wipe Israel off the map, and then the United States #2. Okay? So they want to come after us, and even with their proxies, and they can do this with their backpack bombs too as well. All right? They can use that nuclear material that they produce to put it up into different
dirty
size
bombs
of bombs to be used, yes, on us, okay, here in this country as well, you know, and to do all things, manner of evil against us. All right, so yes, Donald Trump, due to Article 2 in the Constitution, did have the authority to do what he did. All right, now, you know, there are people out here who will say that he did not have the authority without going to Congress, but that's okay. Okay, if they want to believe that, that's fine, you know, but the Article 2 is there, all right? He is the commander-in-chief, and he knows, okay, due to his information that he's received, that these countries are out here for our destruction, okay? And so he has the right to do this. He takes an oath of office, too, as well, to protect us and to defend us from all enemies, foreign and domestic, okay? So he had every right to do what he did. And people like Al Green, okay, Mr. Caveman is what I call him, you know, he can yell and scream and whine and raise his cane all he wants to, you know, but that's just making himself look like a cartoon character, actually. Okay, he's funny to look at, all right? I mean, and AOC and all these, Jasmine Crockett making her comments here lately about everything, I mean, just terrible. I mean, they've got to be kidding. And they're not getting anywhere with the votes as well. And actually, Fetterman is coming out. He's saying a lot of comments about it, you know, and he's trying to straighten them up, but they're not going to be straight, Steve. I mean, that's just the way they are. They want to be that way, so let's let them be that way, and just go ahead and vote accordingly, especially here next year, and even have more people in the majority in the Republican Party to thwart anything that the Democrat Party has to throw against us. All right, because they're going to be after us all the time, to do these things. And as far as battle damage assessment goes, let's invite CNN to go over there with their cameras before Iran builds it back, okay? Because, they're going to be working on it really fast to rebuild and do what they need to do to start up their weapons of mass destruction campaign here again anyway. And let's invite CNN to go over there and take pictures underneath the mountain, okay? Let's let them go up underneath the mountain and show us that it's not, destroyed, okay? Let's let them do that for us, okay? They need to take pictures and video of everything that they're trying to charge here before Iran builds it back up again. So thank you for taking my call, Steve. Appreciate it, buddy.
Good to hear from you, Carl. Thank you so much. And quick time out. We return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Back out of here. What else was in the mix? All right, Senor Heatwave got you coming up here in just a moment. Eagles back on board. There's the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Good morning.
Well, good morning. Good morning, Steve. How you this morning?
Not a bad day. Hump day. So halfway there.
We're getting there, man. Well, we on the way back out, and we in Oklahoma City, and it's like one more day, and then we gonna be out of it completely. But
so where do you?
I tell you what, Steve,
where are you transferring your truck at? Where's your other guy picking that up at?
Muleshoe, Texas.
Really? Okay. So then you're going to rent a car and head back to the Marina Del Rey.
That's right. Gonna head on back to the Marina Del Rey. And then hope to be home Sunday. Everybody said, why didn't you fly back? I said, well, I just didn't feel comfortable, Steve. It's just all that's going on, and
yeah.
I just didn't feel comfortable flying back. So anyway, that's what we're doing. We done got the car rental and everything, and we go fly back, and then Monday we getting in the car and we going down to Myrtle Beach and enjoy retirement. And I mean, we are going to retire. And
somebody said,
go down there and hit that golf ball a little bit.
Somebody said when you retire, that's when the work really begins. What do you think?
You know, I tell you, she got a list of honeydews there to do.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know how many of them will get done, but there's stuff that's been needing to be done for 10 years that I reckon I'm going to have to take care of them now. But I tell you what, Steve, it's been hot coming across. You know, they said that heat don't right over us. It's supposed to let loose sometime, but I'm telling you what, and I've seen more wrecks today, big truck wrecking on I-40. It's just been terrible all day. But I don't know what it looked like. You know, people just rear-ending one another and not paying attention, playing on cell phone or gaggling something, whatever they're doing. But there's some, man. I mean, I lost about 4 hours a day just in, you know, people wrecking and traffic jam, you know, behind them. It's been terrible.
Wow.
But I'm hoping that they'll straighten up here pretty soon, you know. But Steve, I really want to thank you for last night, because boy, I had a good time.
A lot of people.
Thank everybody that called in and participated.
A lot of people shared and said they really enjoyed the show, and some who caught it, like on the podcast, sent me emails, said I really enjoyed that last night. Some of the old stories out there.
Yeah, it was it brought back a lot of memories. I dreamed about some of it last night. But I when I was leaving the house last night, JJ brought a picture up there because I wanted to see the boys take a picture with the truck one last time with them in it. And he brought a picture up there to the house when he was 3 years old. And Boone is 3 years old. And Steve, it's scary how much them boys, you know, they look alike at that age. I mean, Debbie looked at it. She says, "Why'd you take two pictures of Boone for?" Yeah. I said, "That ain't Boone. That's JJ." You know, it's just amazing. And Boone was telling me, "I want my cat. I want my cat," because JJ was on the cat when he was little. And Boone thinks it's him, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, I just never realized that they looked that close together. But we did you hear Mr. Trump drop his F-bomb on nationwide TV today?
Yeah, I sure did. How about that?
You know, I mean, the way I look at that, I mean, everybody's trying to make something out of it. I don't. I mean, hey, he just told it the way it was. You know, he was just tired of both of them, and kind of shocked it. But we just wanted to check in, tell you we still proceeding. Probably catch you tomorrow night, and everybody ride safe and good, and we'll catch you later.
All right, and sounds like you're going to still be hot when you get back to the Marina Del Rey. Summertime is here. Indeed it is. All righty, let me see. A couple minutes before news break, so hang in there. We'll get back at it ahead at 844-844-3388. See, a couple of other folks checking in. Hello to Glenn. Good morning, everyone. Toasty night in Florida, but maybe some rain coming our way, hopefully. All right, hello to Rick. Rick there in Columbus, Ohio, said gas at $3.19 a gallon. How about those comeback Reds? Taking two in a row from the Yankees. Can they sweep the Yankees? I believe that's a 3-game set. We've got, so that game will be later today. Typically, Wednesdays are like the afternoon games. Man, oh man, it's gonna be another hot one on the field today. Yeah, forecast actual air temperature highs like 94 today. It's gonna feel like about 104. Very oppressive, muggy conditions out there. So, all right, good luck to the Reds. 5-7 on board. Copy the mail. Go Navy. There's Double R. Hello, brother. Been working some weird hours. Looks like I'm going to have to go in for another heart cath. I'll keep you and sis, everybody updated, but everybody be safe out there. All right, what's going on? Hello from Bob in Michigan. Good to have you on board. There's Gary Montgomery, 77 degrees in southwest Ohio. That's what I'm showing outside of the secret bunker at this hour as well. A muggy 77 degrees. We hit the midnight hour on the West Coast just ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Israel is confirming a ceasefire with Iran that President Trump revealed on social media.
At the same time, however, Israel is claiming that its terms have already been violated. In making the initial announcement, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu thanked the U.S. for its help in going after Iran's nuclear facilities and said the goal of eliminating Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile threat had been achieved. Just hours later, Israel accused Iran of launching missiles that sent civilians scrambling into bomb shelters. Iran denies firing any missiles after the ceasefire took effect. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Senate Majority Leader says lawmakers in his chamber will stay in the nation's capital until they pass President Trump's big, beautiful bill.
This is the fulfillment and implementation, this bill, of the president's agenda.
Yesterday, in a Fox News op-ed, John Thune says he's confident the Senate will get the bill across the finish line. This comes as Republican holdouts remain opposed to the bill as the self-imposed July 4th deadline approaches. Washington Republican Ron Johnson says the bill will add trillions to the national deficits. The Supreme Court is permitting the Trump administration to deport convicted criminals to so-called third countries, even if they have no connection to that nation.
It puts a hold on a federal judge's ruling that said that those being deported should have a chance to bring claims that they would be at risk of persecution or death if sent to the countries. All 3 liberal judges on the court dissented. The White House can now send the migrants to places like South Sudan. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Conservative commentator Tucker Carlson says the Murdoch family urged him to run for president against Trump in the 2024 election. election.
Carlson said the Murdochs really hate Trump and were willing to put their support behind the pundit, although he declined. Carlson has criticized Trump in recent days on his posture towards the Middle East, but noted he still holds him in high regard. The Murdoch family owns Fox News along with the Wall Street Journal and other international media properties. I'm Chris Caraccio.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret
code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
Health Secretary RFK Jr. is in the crosshairs of Democrats in the House during a hearing on his budget. California Congressman Raul Ruiz says a published report, which made assessments of chronic childhood diseases, was riddled with errors.
If somebody turned this in as an undergrad to their professor at UCLA, they would have received an F, sir.
Secretary Kennedy acknowledged that there were problems with the citations, but says they were corrected within 24 hours of being discovered. Researchers in Seattle have found a possible link between a gene mutation and sudden infant death syndrome.
The Aaron Matthews SIDS Research Guild includes researchers from Seattle Children's Research Institute and data scientists from Microsoft. They examined genes from 144 children who died sudden unexplained deaths. The gene variant was also found in people who suffered sudden deaths for other reasons, including cardiac arrest. The gene variant does not mean a child will die from SIDS, only that they might be prone to a sudden death. I'm Brad Ford.
Sales of previously owned homes rose slightly in May to an annual rate of just over 4 million units.
The National Association of Realtors reports existing home sales edged up by 0.8% for the month, but were still lower compared to May of last year. Housing analysts were predicting a 1% decline as mortgage rates remain relatively high. The median sale price last month was nearly $423,000 for a single-family home as home prices hit another record high. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, via press release from Hot Shot Secret, we got a brand new product to tell you about. Hot Shot Secret, the fastest growing diesel additive brand in America. adding diesel injector flush to their lineup of diesel additive solutions. A concentrated flush that quickly, safely cleans diesel fuel injectors, restoring out-of-spec injector balance rates. The innovation behind diesel injector flush comes from identifying the needs of customers and fleets by working alongside them and reviewing OEM technical service bulletins. Diesel injector flush, formulated with a high cetane base, along with cleaning and lubricity additives to ensure safe engine operation during the cleaning process. But the root of the issue, they say, stems from modern engines that require the ultra-low sulfur diesel and the higher fuel pressures, making them more prone to internal diesel injector deposits, IDIDs, that cause rough idle, reduced fuel economy, and diagnostic trouble codes. They list a number of codes that could be thrown, like a P0263, a P0278. Diesel injector flush, used in combination with other products in the Hot Shot Secret lineup. If you think of your diesel fuel system like dental care, everyday diesel treatments like brushing your teeth. Diesel Extreme is your regular dental cleaning. Diesel injector flush is the oral surgeon, which you'll use it less frequently, but it's critical to keep your injectors operating efficiently. In our testing, the flush restored injector performance without replacement of an expensive injector and a lot of shop time. Josh Steinmetz, Hot Shot Secret brand manager, the formula and treatment method provides even deeper cleaning than the Diesel Extreme, works by deeply cleaning internal and external injector deposits, restoring the spray pattern, the timing, the balance rates. Diesel injector flush suggested to be used during a fuel filter change as a preventative maintenance or when injector issues are present. That would include inconsistent injector contribution rates, the appearance of codes, or declining drivability, helping to reclaim lost fuel economy, power, throttle response, often eliminating the need for those costly injector replacements. Now, the product can be used by filling the fuel filter or tapping into the fuel system, running the engine on the product. Regular usage has shown decreased DPF regen cycles, which is another benefit of the product. It's available in 2 sizes to suit a range of engine needs. 32-ounce bottle, ideal for smaller engines and pickups, or the 1-gallon option, recommended for engines over 8 liters. Medium-duty trucks, semi-tractors. The 32-ounce bottle is currently available at HotShotSecret.com. Both sizes are available nationwide at a Hot Shot Secret dealer near you. But of course, if you order online, you'll get the best deal, because when you place your order, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll save 10% off all your orders, and that's always the case at HotShotSecret.com. And that 10% is in addition to a 10% discount that's always available to military, first responders, and CDL holders. That means 20% off your entire order. Meanwhile, Senor Heatwave. Hey, rolling out there somewhere. Where are we at tonight?
Weatherford, Texas, heading toward Arlington, and then parts unknown. Gouger, congratulations. I'm going to have to find that episode and listen to it. I understand, like y'all said, it was pretty good, so I just wasn't awake during the time that he was on, so I'm sorry I missed it live. But I don't know. We'll see what happens here in a little while. Well, yeah, it's another wonderful day in paradise out here. Monday morning, I took off and went to Gallus Chevrolet, and that's where Al Unser Jr. had his managing team, Rick Gallus, in the racing, and they beat Scott Goodyear by that much, you know. During the Indy 500 one year back in the 90s. So I've been going there for a while buying cars, and I told Lady Heatwave, I says, you give me 5 years with this car, and then I'll get you what you wanted. And I tell you what, buying a new SUV, or, you know, close to new SUV, is kind of like buying a house. That's how much the payments are going to be. It's like, good night. So, yeah, it's I got a 24 Chevy Tahoe Z71. Ooh. It's got a 2-inch factory lift. I didn't realize it had that much of a lift. And poor Lady Heatwave, she's going to need a step stool to get in until I can get her some running boards so she can get in there. I mean, that vehicle is just absolutely a nice ride. It's like a Cadillac on the highway. You just don't know how fast you're going until you look down. But yeah, they did me good. I was noticing that the floor mats didn't have any. Just had the little buttons up, so you could go ahead and button the floor mat down. And he says, let me see what I can get for you. Man, he got some WeatherTech floor mats. Brand damn new, out of another vehicle, put them in, so there you go. Well, I don't know how expensive WeatherTech is, but I'm sure it's a pretty penny. And being brand new, they are slick. So you climb in, you better grab a hold of something so you don't slip and fall out. That's for sure. I told Lady Heatwave she's going to have to put maybe windshield washer, like Windex, spray it with Windex and try to dry it out a little bit. But good night. I mean, that really is a nice ride. It's a high mileage vehicle. It's got 31,000 miles for a 24, but you know, I like it. It runs good. Sound system is nice, and yeah, everyone's real happy with it. So, yep, the road commode, as some people call it, the Camaro, is gone, and out with the old and in with the new.
So that road commode, road commode was your midlife crisis car, was it not?
Yes, it was.
That's what I thought.
And I've shared photos. I shared photos of it with the bumper sticker on the back that my daughter had made on her bumper sticker machine. It says, get into my midlife crisis, and then it was the Camaro outline, and then the other side of it says, even I don't know where we're going. But yeah, I think I'm done with the sports car for now, till I win the lottery and can go ahead and grab whatever it was I wanted. But I digress. Yes, the news really just has it in for Trump. It's not just the news, it's Democrats. I mean, if someone else on the Republican side would have won the presidency, would we be seeing this much vitriol? Well, that's a big word for a truck driver. From the left over the actions of what another Republican president would have been doing if he had done the same thing? I don't think so. I think it's just because Donald Trump is a no-nonsense guy. He's white-collar, but he's got a blue-collar attitude. He's going to tell you the way it is, the way he sees it, and to hell whether you or not agree with him, that's just the way he sees it. And you got the likes of AOC, Bernie Sanders, Jasmine Crockett, Ilhan Omar, Pelosi, Schumer, the caveman Jackson. I mean, good night. What is it? Do you hate America that much that you are wanting to see failure? I mean, we already seen failure with Biden.
The last 4 years.
We don't need to see any more failure.
Yep.
And we don't even know if any of his executive orders are legit. Or, I mean, he says he don't remember doing these things. Well, I mean, they could probably say, oh, well, he's just an old fuddy-duddy, and this one report says it, that they wouldn't have prosecuted him for the papers because he's a grandfather and, got the grandfatherly way. Well, that don't tell me a whole lot except for the man was incompetent. If he wasn't able to sign his name physically to a piece of paper and had a machine do it for him, or others have a machine do it for him, I mean, how are we going to know which ones were legit and which ones were not? And it really is not a whole lot of reporting from the other alleged news agencies about potential misuse of the auto pen. And, when Fox goes out there and says, well, this is what was happening, everyone looks at it as, well, it's a conspiracy and it's a right-wing news outlet. Well, hell, we just heard that the folks that own Fox, they don't like Trump. But yet they still talk about, Trump's policies and whatnot, and how things are working. Well, man, you can't have it both damn ways. I guess you could, if you're going to be a two-faced snake. But no, he has a mission that the majority of us voted for. This time it was a majority popular vote. And this time it was a resounding defeat of the Democrat ideology. We're seeing people getting deported that need to be out of here, the bad hombres. And I'm glad the Supreme Court said, yeah, you can do it. Just send them to another country. Well, all right. That gives them the green light to go ahead and take them and send them to, Siberia or BFE or wherever. What is the problem about getting rid of those that came here illegally, illegal aliens, and setting them back where they belong? What is wrong with that idea? I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I mean, they're leeching off our programs. They're leeching. They're taking away what folks like my wife needs as far as her medical issues, what my daughters need for their medical issues. My daughter that's living at the house, she has an autoimmune disease along with a myriad of other issues. Her teeth are rotting from the inside out. And she is one that has been always very careful with her teeth, brushing, flossing, or whatnot. She cannot get help to rectify the issues that she's having now. She don't like going out. She doesn't smile because she is embarrassed of the way her teeth are. But you get an illegal alien that comes here and they've got a little tooth problem. Oh, hell, they're taken care of. You need braces? Sure, we'll take care of that. You need new teeth? Not a problem. Well, what the hell about us? Why aren't we first? Why are we giving everything away to illegal aliens? I'm tired of it. I'm tired of my money going to supporting illegal aliens. I think, we got ourselves a problem with our own folks, especially our homeless veterans. They're always saying, well, we don't have no room for them. Well, we damn sure can find room for illegal aliens. And I think one of those guys that I was hearing earlier on the news, giving his opinion, he said, you know what? The UN is the most useless damn organizations we ever had. There's a lot of space in that tower, in that building that they have over there in New York City. why don't we go ahead and clean out the UN, tell them get the hell out of the United States and go someplace where you appreciate, and use that building there to house our homeless veterans and their families.
UN should have been gone a long time ago.
Yep, there was a sign, I can't remember exactly where, I think it was on 84, that I used to pass quite often whenever I was in the military heading home to Texas, and it would say, get us, and then be U.S., out of the UN.
Yep.
And I mean, they've really not really been doing a whole hell of a lot. You don't hear a whole lot about peacekeepers anymore like you used to. The blue helmets. I mean, if they are still there, they're not really doing a whole lot of good. And, you know, as far as reporting, again, you know, CNN, well, we got this memo that was top secret, and we're going to let you know what it said. Well, there's no way that could be legal if it were true. To grab a top secret information package and then spread it out, blab it out to the whole damn world. Whoever done that, they need to be hung and strung.
Guarantee they're going to be looking to find out who it was, but yeah, as Carolyn Levitt said, probably some low-level loser in the intel community. You know, with all the house cleaning that they have done, there's always one dirty, rotten mouse still in the mix. Hey, we'll return after this.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
I wonder if any of our listeners out there had come across the big road race, the Great Race Road Rally. CDL Life had a video compilation. Man, there were some cool cars participating in that thing this year. One of the stops along the way was the Iowa 80 truck stop. The 2025 Great Race Road Rally. The race started in St. Paul, Minnesota, with drivers passing through Rochester, Minnesota, stopping in Waterloo, Iowa, before making their way to Walcott. It says the Iowa 80 was a stop on the second day of the 9-day rally. marketing manager for the Iowa 80, say it was a great day. Over 120 cars. Yeah, Catscale and Iowa 80 Truck Stop were sponsors of that particular fuel stop. And even though it was hot out, he said, we had a pretty good turnout. A lot of people showed up to enjoy those vintage cars. Of course, next month, Iowa 80 is going to be hosting their 46th annual Walcott Truckers Jamboree. Yeah, last year, the Iowa 80 actually celebrated their 60th anniversary. As part of that event, 60th anniversary of the actual Walcott Iowa 80 truck stop. But founded in 1983, the Great Race, it's limited to antique, vintage, and collector models from 1974 or earlier. It's not a test of speed, but they say it's the competitor's ability to follow precise instructions and endure a cross-country trip. Race instructions require the competing teams to drive at or below the posted speed limits at all times. The route follows public highways, and it changes on an annual basis. GPS systems or computers are not allowed to be used. This year's race covered some 1,200 miles through 10 states, ending in Lake Murray, South Carolina. How about that? The grand champion of the 2025 Great Race Road Rally, set to receive $50,000. Yeah, there was a total purse of like $160,000 being distributed. But yeah, that little video compilation, man, there were some awesome cars in the mix there. A lot of old roadsters and road rats. Hey, meanwhile, what do we got? News break? Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. As we make our way into a brand new day, Hump Day coming on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Israel is confirming a ceasefire with Iran that President Trump revealed on social media.
At the same time, however, Israel is claiming that its terms have already been violated. In making the initial announcement, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu thanked the U.S. for its help in going after Iran's nuclear facilities. Just hours later, Israel accused Iran of launching missiles that sent civilians scrambling into bomb shelters. Iran denies firing any missiles after the ceasefire took effect. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Senate Majority Leader says lawmakers in his chamber will stay in the nation's capital until they pass President Trump's big, beautiful bill.
This is the fulfillment and implementation, this bill, of the president's agenda.
Yesterday, in a Fox News op-ed, John Thune says he's confident the Senate will get the bill across the finish line. This comes as Republican holdouts remain opposed to the bill as the self-imposed July 4th deadline approaches. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret
code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Along for the ride through the late night, early morning hours. Getting a new day underway. I did briefly speak to Horse Feathers this past morning. After the show had ended, I said, what are we doing, just waking up? Yep. He went on to explain he had kind of a screwed up weekend. Then they didn't have any loads for his Tuesday morning. He said, I'm not sure if I'll have any work tonight either. And I will presume, seeing as we have not heard an official Mike, that may be the case. Yeah, when it's 100-plus degrees, I don't know. I know propane is used for multiple purposes, but I guess primary use is for heating when it's cold outside. When you're dealing with the proverbial heat wave with a 110-degree heat index, I don't guess anybody using much propane right now. Ain't nobody cold, that's for sure. All right, we'll get back to the calls at 844-844-3388. See if Eagle. Hang it in there, Eagle. Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm still awake. Yeah, Steve, I'm going to stay out here on the road, brother, until next week for the 4th of July. I'll probably head back home. I think the 4th of July is on the 3rd or the 4th. I mean, Friday.
Friday. It's a Friday.
Week.
Yep, Friday. Yep.
Friday.
Yep.
Yeah, 3-day weekend. Yeah, so I'll try to get back to the house maybe next Thursday or Wednesday take off the rest of the weekend. Get there before these knuckleheads get on the road. Probably gonna be what you say. You say the 4th is on Friday. So
yes.
I want to try to be home in Texas by at least Thursday before, the rush, or Wednesday, before all these people get on the road. It's gonna be a lot of people traveling. Fuel prices are a little bit lower, I think, than this time last year. When the other guy was in the White House. So a lot of people probably going to be jumping on the road this year for the 4th. So I'd advise people that's truck drivers, if you're trying to go home, you better get there a couple of days before the 4th and save yourself a lot of headaches.
No
especially
doubt.
if you're going through the big major cities. Yeah, I've made that mistake before, waiting until the 3rd or the 4th. You end up getting stuck in traffic in these big cities, Dallas, Memphis, and Chicago's and all that nonsense. But yeah, Steve, before I get back to the immigration deal, I wanted to say I didn't get a chance. I couldn't call in last night with Monkey Gouger. This guy, he's been trucking a long time, longer than I've been living. He's one of the best drivers. One of the best drivers has called your show. He's good guy, South Carolina. I've made a lot of money in South Carolina myself driving trucks. So, hopefully one of these days, if I can retire from truck driving, I'm looking forward just like Monkey Gouger was, because it's not fun no more, to be honest with you. We've talked about this before. I'm out here to make money now. When I first got in it, I enjoyed it, back when I started over 20 years ago. But the enjoyment is gone. It's mainly a money deal for me right now, Steve. I'll be real honest with you. They didn't have all these laws and regulations. So, Monkey Gouger, enjoy your retirement and with your family and your grandkids and all that. And if you decide to come back out, you can come back out. If you want to come back out to the big road again, make some more money. It's up to you. But yeah, Steve, now I want to talk about this situation that's going to be starting tomorrow, this road check deal with the illegal drivers. Because we definitely got a lot of illegal drivers out here on the road that don't speak English and don't understand the language. And it ain't just Spanish people. You got the Bosnians, you got the Polish boys, you got the Russian guys, German guys.
Mm-hmm.
They got some of everybody. Due to Joe Biden opening up the borders, that's what started it all, Steve. 4 years ago, a lot of guys, when they came to the U.S., they said, what the hell can we do to earn a living? And they said, well, we can drive a damn truck. And a lot of, it's coming to be found out, Steve. What was that school you talked about? They literally giving out commercial driver's license to people.
Yep.
The guy can't even speak English and don't even know how to drive a truck. Like I told you last week, Steve, I was wondering, I'd be rolling down the highway and, a guy would pass me up in a truck and he would cut right over in front of me and damn near hit the hood. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with this guy? I'm like, why is it? I know damn well they don't train these guys to drive trucks, but now I'm finding out why these guys are driving like that, because they wasn't trained to begin with.
Right.
Huh?
They weren't trained, exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was wondering. They wasn't trained the right way, but I'd be wondering why you guys are driving so aggressive. And we've talked about the guys tailgating in the road construction. I think they just had a bad accident a couple of days ago in the road construction. And God bless these road construction workers, Steve. These guys, they got a dangerous job out here nowadays, man. The way some of these truck drivers drive, I would hate to be on the interstate doing some construction work. The way some of these guys go through these construction zones, man, it's ridiculous. The way some of these guys roll through these construction zones. they don't respect the construction man, because them guys literally be inches away from the truck, and they got signs posted everywhere, slow down, and you still see guys rolling through that 75, 80 miles an hour through a construction zone. It's really sad, man. So yeah, hopefully when this new deal takes place tomorrow, they can get some of these people off the road that don't need to be on the road, because it's real dangerous now, Steve. You got family, I got family, and everybody listening got family members out there, and some of these guys are driving these 80,000-pound trucks. I see the accident the other day, Steve. You talked about these before. That's one of the most dangerous things. People don't realize, when you see them flatbed trucks rolling down the interstate with those big coils on the back of them, a lot of people don't realize how much them things weigh.
Right.
They got them chained down and they got them chained up. If you slam on your brake in front, I've seen the coil, this went right through the cab of the truck. It went off the flatbed right through the cab and decapitated the driver. They don't realize how dangerous that is when you cutting in front of a flatbed truck rolling down the interstate with a coil. I forgot what the total weight of them things are. A coil, metal coil, a steel coil. Them things are ridiculous. So, like I said, things got to be done, Steve. To get these people off the road, and hopefully this time next year when we be talking, we won't be talking about the Amazons, and they got a new name out there, Steve. They got a new name. I don't know where the hell these guys come from. I just recently seen them guys pop up on the road. Maybe they don't run where I was running. It's another trucking company called Super Ego. And they starting to get a bad reputation for having aggressive drivers and having accidents, almost like Amazon. But this Super Ego company, I don't know where they come. Somebody told me they come from Illinois or something. But I've been noticing these guys with the aggressive driving. So hopefully the state troopers, they know who these aggressive companies are, and hopefully they'll start pulling these people over when they see these trucks rolling and find out who's behind the wheel. And if they don't speak English, like I said, they don't deserve to get kicked out of the country just because you don't speak English, but they definitely don't deserve to drive a truck. They definitely need to have their CDL revoked and put out of service until they can learn how to speak the language and learn how to go by the rules and regulations of America. And one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, and that's coming up with these people to be wary of these, these terrorists, because, we got a lot of things going on with Iran, and they've already told people to be on alert. I remember way back in 2001, when they had 9/11, they had people telling drivers to be alert for certain things. So yeah, keep an eye out on the roads while you're rolling. If you see something suspicious, let somebody know, because they got a lot of people out there that don't like America, Steve, and they're in the country right now and they on the loose, and terror cells and all this and that. It's just a matter of time. I've heard they already been activated, but it's just a matter of time before one of these terror cells try to make something happen in America. So everybody have the next couple of days and be safe, and I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All righty. Yeah, you might want to get home before Thursday. Also, they're saying Wednesday is probably going to be the busiest prior to the holiday travel day. But see, I did a quick search for you there. Super Eagle Trucking, also known as Super Ego, EGO Holding, a trucking company based in Elmhurst, Illinois, offering lease purchase programs for owner-operators with competitive pay, non-enforced dispatch, and zero down payment. Okay. Let's see. Super Ego Holdings offers lease purchase programs for drivers with at least 4 months, months of CDL Class A experience. No credit check, zero down payment. On further down, via some YouTube videos suggest the company's been accused of altering rate confirmations, making egregious deductions, leading to negative settlements for drivers, and misrepresenting their operating authority. Company offers international LT625 trucks for lease, known for fuel efficiency. Glassdoor reports the company pays between $20 and $34 per hour for drivers and employees. Employees rate the overall compensation package as a 3.5 out of 5 stars, for what it's worth. Okay, there you go. What do we got? Clear lines at 844-844-3388. So jump on in. Rest of the story I mentioned earlier. Just how many potential sleepers or terrorists may be hidden amongst us. Attorney General Pam Bondi said that her Department of Justice is on high alert on the heels of the airstrikes this weekend. Representative Tony Gonzalez of Texas asked Bondi about the number of Iranian nationals who may have entered the U.S. illegally. This is of great concern. Of course, she says, quote, over 1,000 have entered our country, and I can tell you we are on high alert. Everyone's looking at it very closely. She went on to suggest the FBI is on guard against possible Iranian sleeper cells within the U.S. She drew a line between those cells and Iranian nationals who entered the United States across the southern border under the Biden administration. According to the New York Post, under President Joe Biden, over 1,500 Iranian migrants were caught crossing the border illegally, with close to half of them released into the U.S. Gonzalez tells Bondi, I want to, as much as we can, get ahead of it. Give you the resources, the instruments you need to go out and make sure we're preventing things from happening, not waiting until after the fact. Now, he said proposals to cut funding for the Department of Justice and its subsidiary agency, the FBI, could hurt national security. Now, Bondi said the DOJ is committed to doing more with less amid the budget cuts across the DOJ and the federal government. Before saying Congress can help by passing the one big, beautiful bill that was passed by the House that is currently in the Senate. Separate reporting, they say the FBI is apparently reassigning some agents from immigration cases to counter potential attacks from Iranian agents in the U.S. That word comes down this past day. The Assistant Director of the Counterterrorism Division, Don Holstead, reportedly has reassigned the agents over concerns that Iran may activate sleeper cells as reprisal for President Trump's bombing of the nuclear sites, according to numerous sources with direct knowledge of the matter. Iran has engaged in espionage and attempted assassinations on American soil for years, and of course, the recent tension elevating fears their network may still have the capacity to harm Americans. Of course, Homeland Security actually issued a memo Sunday warning of a heightened threat environment, warning that Iranian government affiliates could launch terror attacks here on American soil. Let me see. Iran has attempted to assassinate its adversaries, officials in the U.S. on multiple occasions. An attempt on the Saudi Arabian ambassador back in 2011, most recently trying to kill an Iranian dissident with U.S. citizenship while potentially targeting President Donald Trump. One Iranian intelligence operative, Majid Farhani, suspected by U.S. law enforcement trying to target former Trump administration officials in March of last year, including the former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. Lenient border enforcement under the previous administration allowed hundreds of Iranians into the U.S. with minimal vetting, raising concerns individuals on missions from Tehran could very well be present here in the American homeland. When asked for comment, of course, the FBI said that they will not comment on specifics for operations or personnel. All right? 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Buckwheat said here just a moment ago, it's like 89 degrees on the GW Bridge. Gonna be a hot one in New York City today. 100%. That's why they've got the excessive heat warnings again in place. Yeah, there in New York City. Dennis, here a little bit earlier, says, does anyone here believe the Israel today is the Israel of the Bible? He said maybe Brother Rambler can put some perspective on the issue. And I came across this, seeing as he asked that question, I had actually emailed this from the Western Journal this past day. Yeah, it's a commentary piece, but something to think about. President Trump announcing the peace agreement on Monday between Israel and Iran. Yeah, there could be some interesting Bible prophecy implications if the deal holds. It may be that Israel and perhaps the Middle East more broadly will enter a season of peace, which would align with the conditions described before the outbreak of the end times battle of Gog and Magog, recorded in the book of Ezekiel. Writing over 2,500 years ago, the prophet foresaw under divine inspiration, he said that Israel would be, quote, dwelling securely in its land. In other words, at peace. Such has not been the history of the modern state of Israel since its founding in 1948. Ezekiel wrote that in the latter days, a coalition of nations will descend upon Israel to try to wipe it out. Persia, which is modern-day Iran, is listed by name among them, along with other territories and peoples believed by biblical scholars to include modern-day Russia and Turkey, lending credibility to what Ezekiel predicted about the war between these nations. Chapters 38 and 39 is what he wrote in chapter 36. He saw a time when the Jews would spread throughout the nations of the earth, which certainly happened starting in the 1st century A.D. Their exile would last until the latter days when they would return to Israel to be a nation again. Todd Hampson, host of the Prophecy podcast, said that Israel's birthright in 1948 was a super sign. Now the nations listed in Ezekiel 38 are kind of aligning against Israel in the Magog coalition. They're all present and accounted for. Of course, earlier this month, he characterized Israel's strike against Iran as a massive event at the time. This is going to throw prophetic pieces into place. We just have to see exactly when and where. But this definitely marked another step. We'll come back and finish that up and get back with more after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Israel is confirming a ceasefire with Iran that President Trump revealed on social media.
At the same time, however, Israel's claiming that its terms have already been violated. In making the initial announcement, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu thanked the U.S. for its help in going after Iran's nuclear facilities and said the goal of eliminating Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile threat had been achieved. Just hours later, Israel accused Iran of launching missiles that sent civilians scrambling into bomb shelters. Iran denies firing any many missiles after the ceasefire took effect. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Senate Majority Leader says lawmakers in his chamber will stay in the nation's capital until they pass President Trump's big, beautiful bill.
This is the fulfillment and implementation, this bill, of the president's agenda.
Yesterday, in a Fox News op-ed, John Thune says he's confident the Senate will get the bill across the finish line. This comes as Republican holdouts remain opposed to the bill as the self-imposed July 4th deadline approaches. Washington Republican Ron Johnson says the bill will add trillions to the national deficits. The Supreme Court is permitting the Trump administration to deport convicted criminals to so-called third countries, even if they have no connection to that nation.
It puts a hold on a federal judge's ruling that said that those being deported should have a chance to bring claims that they would be at risk of persecution or death if sent to the countries. All three liberal judges on the court dissented. The White House can now send the migrants to places like South Sudan. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Conservative commentator Tucker Carlson says the Murdoch family urged him to run for president against Trump in the 2024 election.
Carlson said the Murdochs really hate Trump and were willing to put their support behind the pundit, although he declined. Carlson has criticized Trump in recent days on his posture towards the Middle East, but noted he still holds him in high regard. The Murdoch family owns Fox News along with the Wall Street Journal and other international media properties. I'm Chris Caraccio.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
Word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
Health Secretary RFK Jr. is in the crosshairs of Democrats in the House during a hearing on his budget. California Congressman Raul Ruiz says a published report, which made assessments of chronic childhood diseases, was riddled with errors.
If somebody turned this in as an undergrad to their professor at UCLA, they would have received an F, sir.
Secretary Kennedy acknowledged that there were problems with the citations, but says they were corrected within 24 hours of being discovered. Researchers in Seattle have found a possible link between a gene mutation and sudden infant death syndrome.
The Aaron Matthew SIDS Research Guild includes researchers from Seattle Children's Research Institute and data scientists from Microsoft. They examined genes from 144 children who died sudden unexplained deaths. The gene variant was also found in people who suffered sudden deaths for other reasons, including cardiac arrest. The gene variant does not mean a child will die from SIDS, only that they might be prone to a sudden death. I'm Brad Ford.
Sales of previously owned homes rose slightly in May to an annual rate of just over 4 million units.
The National Association of Realtors reports existing home sales edged up by 0.8% for the month, but were still lower compared to May of last year. Housing analysts were predicting a 1% decline as mortgage rates remain relatively high. The median sale price last month was nearly $423,000 for a single-family home as home prices hit another record high. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When you're in injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, rolling into that final hour here on Hump Day. Hey, Mike. What day is it? Well, that would be the 25th day of June. Yeah, quickly, let me finish up. A lot of folks talking about the biblical prophecies, some of the events unfolding before our eyes. We are living in historic times, undoubtedly. We kind of left off where Mr. Evans, earlier this month, said that when this Israeli strike on Iran first began, he described it, that's a massive event, he says. It's going to throw prophetic pieces into place. Just have to see exactly when and where, but he did say he thinks this is kind of a mark of another step toward what is described as the Gog and Magog battle. What's next on the timeline, he says, is likely a season of peace with an expansion of the Abraham Accords that started during Trump's first term. Kind of explained last week, he said, quote, "I believe we're about to see is not only the defeat of Israel's enemies, I believe we're about to see the beginning again of the Abraham Accords and peace between Israel and many of their Muslim, their Arab neighbors, which would be a golden age for the Middle East in many ways. This is something I believe you see in Ezekiel 38, where when this invasion happens, Israel's going to be at peace. They have to have a time of peace before the Gog and Magog invasion." He feels like that's what we're witnessing right now. Could be. What about, will this so-called ceasefire hold? Representative Kevin Hern of Oklahoma said he feels there is a strong likelihood that it will. Unless there's something else that somebody wants to do from Iran, Israel, he said, has the greater capability to stick with the agreement. I don't think they're going to launch anything based on some of the comments we're getting here in Congress. Now, he is on the House Policy Committee. He's the chair, as a matter of fact. But there's never a guarantee when it comes to a situation like this, Iranian-Israeli conflict. History tells us anytime you're having, call it a war, call it a skirmish, however you want to classify this engagement, anytime things wind down, there's always going to be some last-minute firings. I think President Trump knows this. He's talking about the frustration displayed yesterday when Trump was talking with reporters outside the White House. The graphic language describing the inability of both nations to de-escalate once they had agreed to a ceasefire. But he did say Trump sincerely wants peace. What you're seeing, and the world is seeing, is President Trump values lives. While the media tries to characterize him and some of the other politicians that he's a warmonger. He is not a warmonger. Even some Republicans try to characterize him as that. His surprise Monday announcement of a ceasefire marking the end of a nearly 2 weeks of attacks on Iran, followed by the Iranian counterstrikes. So, again, will it hold? We shall see. Eagle brought up big-time travel. He wants to be off the road before the knuckleheads, as he put it, get out there and start doing their ignorant driving out there. AAA projecting 72.2 million will be traveling at least 50 miles or more over the Independence Day holiday period, which will start Saturday, June 28th, this Saturday, then on till Sunday, July the 6th. This year's domestic travel forecast, an increase of 1.7 million travelers versus last year, 7 million more than in 2019. Now, AAA's Independence Day forecast includes 2 weekends rather than one to better reflect the flow of holiday travel. Summertime, one of the busiest travel times of the year anyway, and July 4, one of the most popular times to get away. According to the president of AAA, following Memorial Day's recent forecast, AAA has seen stronger demand for road trips and air travel over Independence Day week. Of course, the holiday falling on a Friday, travelers have the option of making it a long weekend or taking the entire week to make memories with family and friends. On the highways, AAA projecting 61.6 million will travel by car, a 2.2% increase over last year, the highest volume on record. This Independence Day holiday period is expected to see an additional 1.3 million road travelers compared to last year. Now, we recommend getting your vehicle routine maintenance ahead of your trip. Pack an emergency kit. Last July 4 week, AAA responded to nearly 700,000 emergency roadside assistance calls, from dead batteries to flat tires, people locking themselves out of the car or running out of gas. Now, we are seeing some increases at the pump, but summer gas prices are still the lowest they've been since 21. This year, the price of crude has kept gas prices on the lower side. Of course, the Israeli-Iran conflict drove up prices here in recent days, but it is dropping as we speak. Weather is always the wild card. The Atlantic hurricane season is underway. NOAA predicts a 60% chance of above normal activity this season. Now, for travelers who are renting cars, AAA car rental partner Hertz states that right now, Thursday, July 3rd, is expected to be the busiest day to pick up vehicles. Some of the top destinations based on advanced bookings are also on AAA's list of most popular places to visit over July 4. Orlando, Denver, Boston, Oahu. I said Omaha. Oahu, and Hawaii, obviously. Seattle. By air, the number of people traveling is projected to set a new record as well. AAA predicting 5.84 million travelers will fly to their destination. That's 8% of all Independence Day travelers. Let's see. According to their data, which is based on what travelers paid when they booked their July 4 trips, a round-trip domestic flight is averaging $810. 4% more expensive than last year. When booking last-minute flights for summer trips, they suggest consider flying on weekdays like a Tuesday or a Wednesday for the better deals. Travel by other modes growing by 7.4% over last year. 4.78 million will travel by bus, train, or cruise. Just shy of the 2019 record of 4.79 million. It's the cruisers. Cruising is driving the popularity in that category, particularly this time of year when Alaska cruise season is in full swing right now. Lastly, top destinations based on AAA's booking data for the Independence travel period. Cruises, beaches, fireworks, the main motivators for travelers heading to these cities. Again, Florida, Hawaii, in high demand for their resorts and attractions. New York and Boston host two of the most popular fireworks shows in the nation. Internationally, Vancouver tops the list followed by Europe's most in-demand cities during the summertime. But here domestically, top destination just like Memorial Day, Orlando, Florida. Followed by Seattle, Washington, New York, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Honolulu, Hawaii, Denver, Colorado, Miami, Boston, Atlanta. Internationally, as we said, Vancouver, the number one destination, followed by Rome, Paris, France, London, England, Barcelona, Spain, Dublin, Ireland. Now, INRIX is a transportation data insight. They expect Wednesday, July 2nd and Sunday, July 6th to be the busiest days on the road, obviously. Afternoon hours will be the most congested. Drivers should hit the road in the morning to avoid the worst traffic. Keep in mind, construction, crashes, severe weather could impact travel times as well. Slow down. Move over for emergency responders anytime there's stopped vehicles on the side of the road. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, hello to Truckin' Phil, getting things underway. Happy Hump Day, coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Starting off at 73, looks like we're warming to 89 in Fort Wayne. A little cooler in Newaygo, Michigan, starting at 70, warming only to 78. Roll on, Knucklebuster, as we are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan, and back once again. Semper Fi from Truckin' Phil. Let me see. Princess had me going up to the Mickey D's drive-thru. She wanted a sausage, egg, and cheese as a McMuffin the other morning. And when I was kind of waiting in the drive-thru line, I noticed Krispy Kreme donuts available at McDonald's. It's the first I had seen of that. I don't know how long they've been. It's not going to be much longer, though. Krispy Kreme this past day said they will no longer sell donuts at McDonald's restaurants after the partnership failed to deliver cost-effective results for the donut maker. Ultimately, efforts to bring our cost in line with unit demand were not successful. It's an unsustainable partnership. Partnership will end, they say, July 2nd. So I guess this has been going on for a while. The partnership started in March of last year and intended to sell the donuts at the McDonald's locations in the U.S. at all locations by the end of next year. McDonald's said we had strong collaboration and they delivered great high-quality product for us. The partnership met our expectations for McDonald's and owner-operators, but it had to be a profitable business model for them as well. So they actually, Krispy Kreme had paused the planned nationwide rollout in early May, saying that they were reassessing the deployment schedule together with McDonald's while trying to achieve a profitable business model for all parties. When you're going to McDonald's for breakfast, that didn't sound to me like a good combo. If I want donuts, I'm going to go to the donut place. Yeah, if I want something hot for breakfast, well, lukewarm at best, usually. That's McDonald's. Yeah, they did say they plan to drive future sustainable growth, making their products available in more places through profitable expansion, points of distribution. So, yeah, all right. So it's got to be, how difficult would it be with the sheer number of McDonald's locations trying to get donuts on the shelves? And yeah, I'd venture they probably didn't sell many of them anyway. I'd be willing to bet more donuts delivered to Mickey D's from Krispy Kreme ended up in the trash than they did in customers' vehicles. Hey, good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning. There's Steve. Krispy Kreme, they've had a rough go of it here for quite a few years there. I forget when they first, it's been almost 10 years ago, I think. They were flying pretty high and then don't know what happened. All of a sudden it started going downhill and they just haven't really been able to get back on track. But when you were talking there about some of this different stuff that was going on, and before I forget it, Monkey Gouger there. One time Chip was going to introduce me after I got out of the truck to Monkey Gouger there at the Louisville Truck Show, and I needed to get back home, and I can still see him walking down through there with his entourage and that big old black hat, and I don't. He was kind of lecturing to them all.
Yeah.
But the other thing was, I don't know if he was the person or not. But right before I got off the road, and they changed the law. I don't know if you remember that they limited the number of times that you could do a 36-hour reset. And I used to, if I was going to be out someplace or something or over the weekend, I would try to arrange it to where I'd get to one of those truck stops, real truck stop with the TVs, the showers, and all that stuff. And I would put in a 36-hour reset so I'd have all kinds of time to go whenever it was ready to go. And I'd stopped, I believe it was Flying J in South Carolina. And I never seen so many panhandlers in my life. And by the time Sunday night got there, I was pretty aggravated. And there was a guy come up and gave me this big, long story and everything else. And I said, well, guy, you know what? I said, my wife just called me and told me that her house is in foreclosure. And since you feel that way, are you offering me some help? And he looked at me kind of like, are you wrong or whatever? Well, the next morning when I got ready to pull out, I noticed in my mirror that there was a guy and he had a 379 Peterbilt and he had the hood up. I just thought he was doing a pre-trip. Mm-hmm. Well, that same guy that had panhandled me was down there to him. And after the guy left, I walked down and mentioned something to him, and then I came back and got in the truck, and I like I said, I didn't really notice or anything. And I thought, well, was that? I thought, well, was that Monkey Gouger? And I said, no, surely not, because he was working on his truck some way, but he was doing more than a free trip. So, but I need to get on down the road. So I don't know if he remembers that or not, but I remember he called your show one time and was mentioning about somebody aggravating him when he's working on his truck.
Yep.
But I know I'm pretty sensitive about offering help to handicapped persons, because lots of times they figured out ways to work around, and use their tools and stuff. And at times, I know I have members in the family, I try to, no, don't, I got it. So I just, I'm a little bit hesitant unless they really need something done. But anyway, I kind of digress on that just a little bit. And the other thing was, whenever Heatwave was talking about his daughter, her teeth decaying from the inside, Daryl mentioned that he had gotten bit by one of them little yapper dogs whenever he was down there in South America someplace. And I had a friend did 2 tours of duty in Vietnam as a military policeman that came home and was part of the Indiana National Guard, and they sent him to Honduras. And when he came back from Honduras, he was rather lethargic and one thing and another. But the same thing started happening to him. His teeth started rotting from the inside. So I didn't know, if Daryl got okay from his dog bite or what all was going on there, because you can pick up a lot of strange tropical diseases in that. But anyway, with all that tour through the weeds, the thing that I really called about was this mess that they on the budget bill. And I'm trying to figure out where this Brian Massey is coming from, because I've heard all kinds of stories. He's had all kinds of excuses. And he said something about this bill was going to cut out aid to rural medical hospitals or cut them back or something. But he's also upset about the spending. But years ago on Medicare and Medicaid, they would only reimburse country hospitals 80% of what they would the city hospitals. But I thought that was taken out years ago, and how that got back in, I have no idea. But I know here in Indiana, I'll probably get this wrong, but they have found out that a lot of these, I guess you'd call them solicitors, or, these people call you on the phone and say, you can get this thing and that thing and everything else. Somehow, some way, there had been a lot of money that had been spent on things that the federal government disagreed with. And I thought my wife said it amounted to about $70 billion that the federal government's going to want back from the state of Indiana. And if that's wrong, I apologize. But it was a pretty substantial amount. But I know that I've had calls saying, you want a walk-in shower, you can get a walk-in shower,
All that. All right. Hey, we got to pause there. Bottom of the hour. News break time, 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. An early intelligence assessment of the U.S. military strikes on Iran reported it claims it did not completely destroy that nation's nuclear program.
Multiple outlets are reporting about the highly classified document produced by the Defense Intelligence Agency and U.S. Central Command. The reports say the U.S. believes there was significant damage, but that it was mostly to structures above ground. The White House has slammed the reporting, calling the alleged assessment flat out wrong. I'm Chris Carangio.
ICE says they've arrested 11 Iranian illegal immigrants. We now go to Monica Nelson for that report.
The immigrants, as well as a U.S. citizen who threatened to kill ICE agents, were arrested over the weekend. Arrests were made in states including Arizona, Texas, Colorado, and Mississippi. The agency said the arrests reflect the Department of Homeland Security's commitment to keeping known and suspected terrorists out of American communities.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Back at it here. Roki chimed in regards to Krispy Kreme and Mickey D's. And I know he lives in my area, somewhere around town here, but he said near me, the McDonald's, a half dozen glazed donuts, $11.19. Are you kidding me? Half dozen? All right, nearly $2 a donut. Well, that might explain it. I didn't look at the prices on the menu. All right, Vic, welcome back.
Yeah, a cup of coffee and a donut for a quarter seems like a long distant memory, doesn't it? There, but anyway, I was talking about Brian Massey. I was just using him as an example because I don't really know where a lot of these objections are coming from or what is being proposed in this bill. But overall, I think that they're using a reconciliation. It's something to do with their procedures to essentially try to get some funding in to continue on with what they're already doing. And like, I'm a little bit familiar with down there in Kentucky, especially in the coal areas, because many of those places down there, a lot of people are not only on disability and Medicaid, but they also have black lung, and that was supposed to be funded with a tax on the coal. And then when that one fella, I think his name was Blankenship, he convinced Kentucky that he would get all the miners working again, but he couldn't afford to pay that tax that was supposed to fund black lung. Mitch McConnell come in there, made it harder for people to appeal. And when Mitch McConnell was Jefferson County Judge Executive, which is where Louisville is, he pretty much took the coal executive tax that was supposed to fund major highways in southeastern Kentucky, like Kentucky 15, which would have cut over and hooked up there at Saltwater, Virginia with I-81. He took that and built a lot of roads around Louisville and Jefferson County. So they've had a lot of, people in Kentucky have had a lot of bad experience with money being collected and not really being used in the way intended. And that's like when they built the tunnel and the bridge there for I-65. Both of those are now told. How long it'll take to get them paid off, who knows? But you're talking about Spaghetti Junction. The last thing that they needed there at Spaghetti Junction was another bridge and another set of mergers. But that's the way it goes. So I can understand what might be some of Brian Massey's motivation, but I don't understand what his real objection is. And the other thing is, we were meant to kind of jump to another subject here. Texas is having a problem with fungus showing up in their water, and it's not only Texas, it's all across the country. So whether it's something that occurred naturally or whether China finally managed to get it in here or not, who knows. But and then very quick, lastly, you were talking about the Abraham Accords and prophecy. The reason it's called Abraham Accords is Abraham was the father of all the major religions, Christianity, Judaism, and Muslims. And the Prophet Muhammad claimed that he was given the Quran by the Archangel Gabriel. I think they pronounce it Gabriel, but anyway, the Archangel Gabriel, he is supposed to be the messenger of God, and he in turn gave that all to. He gave all that information to the Prophet Muhammad in a cave, and that's where the Quran came from. And the other archangel that most people are familiar with was Michael, and he is supposed to be the protector of all the good angels against the evil angel. And the reason I mention that, in the Quran and in the Bible, they both have instances of Sodom and Gomorrah being destroyed, and the Lot and all that. They were promised what to do in order to preserve themselves. And right now, today, these people running around, whatever they call themselves, gays, transvestites, or whatever, for Palestine, apparently they're not familiar with that story of how the Quran came to be, and that all of that was a sin in both religions. Mm-hmm. And supposedly there were two angels, and this is just total speculation, but I wondered if those two angels was actually Gabriel and Michael that came, and those people, when they went to visit Lot, the people became so perverted they wanted them, even though Lot offered his daughters to them. So kind of sounds a little strange to me, but that's how bad society had gotten. But the big thing is, with what's going on in the Mideast today, on the scientific start of it, I hope we never drop any of these napalm things, or the things that basically could set the atmosphere on fire. Because the big prophecy that they had was not by water next time, but by fire. And if they would happen to get all those oil wells and coal mines, everything underneath the earth, once they get to burning, I think there's a coal mine in Pennsylvania somewhere that's been burning forever. You'll never get it stopped. And there's a gas envelope that goes around the iron core of the earth, and that iron core of the earth protects us from the sun. And if something would happen to that gas envelope and it would collapse, then we'd be subject to the high level radiation from the sun. And usually when that happens, a planet explodes, and that's where a lot of the asteroids come from. So that's a real short, brief story. But if it would get totally out of hand, that could be the end of all of it, Sir Steve. I'll just let it go at that.
All right, with that, that's scary stuff. I was talking about the opposition to the big, beautiful bill. An update here. According to the report, the Senate is on track to vote Friday on the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, predicting that Republicans in both chambers of Congress would reach a deal within 48 hours on raising the cap on state and local tax deductions, which is apparently that's one of the big sticking points on the legislation, according to the Treasury Secretary this past day, Scott Bessent. Speaking to reporters after a meeting with the Republican senators in the Capitol, as they try to reach a consensus on some of the key provisions of the mega bill. Now, they said that the President Trump would be fully involved in the final days to help garner enough support to pass the bill, which would indeed enact much of the agenda he ran on in his election campaign. He said the federal government is on the warning track for raising the debt limit before its borrowing authority expires next month, cautioning that the X date for raising it could be moved up significantly if courts ruled that the administration must refund tariffs collected under Trump's invocation of the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. He did say, I can tell you we're getting close to the warning track, although he insisted the U.S. would never default on its debt, pushing back when asked about the Senate's scaled-down proposals to exclude tipped income and overtime wages from taxation. Even though the Senate proposals are less generous than what the House had proposed, but he did say, I don't know why you would call them scaled down. We'll see what happens between the Senate and the House, but I'm confident what the Senate passes over to the House will move through the House very quickly. So if it does move as swiftly as he's hoping, it'll be on the president's desk by that July 4 deadline, which that was his target. A little bit earlier, we were talking to, I think Eagle brought up, he's tipping his hat to those construction workers out there, risking their lives out there day after day. Yes, there was a deadly incident just this past morning. A truck driver, in this case, actually dead. Several workers injured after the semi-truck crashed in a work site in Michigan. About 9 o'clock this past morning, Interstate 75 near the I-275 in Frenchtown Township, Michigan. According to the CBS News report, a crew in the Michigan Department of Transportation was working to patch the left lane of the interstate when a semi crashed into first one of the attenuator trucks parked behind the worksite. Thank goodness, I guess you could say that they have the attenuator trucks. proceeded then, after colliding with the first, colliding with the second attenuator truck. Semi jackknifed as a result of the collision, spilling its load of aluminum cans. Truck driver, in this case, died in the crash, but several Michigan DOT workers did sustain minor injuries. If not for the attenuators, they would have probably been killed as well. Not yet known if impairment was a factor. Investigation is ongoing. Then, in the state of Florida, a new Florida law going into effect next week, cracking down on excessive speeding. Stricter punishments starting July 1. Former House Bill 351 will go in effect, targeting excessive speeders. Defined as a driver who either exceeds the speed limit by 50 miles per hour or who drives at 100 miles per hour or more in a manner that threatens the safety of other persons or property or interferes with the operation of any vehicle. Person convicted of excessive speeding for the first time under the new law faces up to 30 days in jail and a $500 fine or both. A second or subsequent excessive speeding violation carries a penalty of up to 90 days in jail, $1,000 fine or both. A second or subsequent excessive speeding violations within 5 years after the date of a prior conviction results in the driver having his or her driving privilege revoked for at least 180 days, but no more than 1 year. Now, as far as being 50 miles an hour over the speed limit, I don't know how much of that we see, but driving in excess of 100 miles per hour, that is not uncommon. Happens all the time. We'll return after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When you're in injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
So wait a minute here, dude. Do we actually have some work to do?
Yeah, at least one load. We'll see how hot it gets when I get to the second one. I might not just only load it and not worry about delivering it, because I don't work in the heat as well as people don't burn propane in the heat.
Exactly.
But anyways, hey, Mike, what day is it? Hurry up. What day is it?
We're squeezing in at the last minute. Hey, hump day. How's it going, Horse Feathers?
I feel like Spaceman. Anyway. Yeah, Vic is right there. Little town there that the state of Pennsylvania had to go in and eminent. What's that domain word there? I can't say.
Eminent domain.
Yeah, I can't say eminent domain there, like Maverick there.
Right.
But anyways, they went into a little town called Centralia, Pennsylvania. It's all on fire underneath there, and they had to the last resident finally left there. I don't know, a few years ago, half dozen years ago, something like that. But there used to be a highway come in, and everybody was spray painting on the highway because you could still go through the town. They didn't have it blocked off yet, and you could actually. Everybody was spray painting on the road there. It was kind of a novelty thing to do, kind of like those Cadillacs they got where people paint them all the time and then they go out and repaint them so people can start painting them again. But I guess the state didn't like that, so they buried it with about 6 feet of dirt all the way in. So there's no more highway into the town. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think they think that fire will ever go out there under that town.
Really?
So, yep, that's gonna. So, as Vic says, maybe if it gets down to that gaseous center of the earth there, maybe we'll see something we ain't never seen before on Fox.
Wow.
Oh, wait a minute, that's what Earnhardt said. There. What was it? February of 2001. Maybe you better be careful of that. But anyways, there. So. Anyways, I don't know. It's just going to be hot again. We got 80 degrees, 81 degrees here in Baltimore right now, so not quite as hot as Buckwheat was up there going across the GW. I heard him mention that there, and I was riding down when you were talking about with Philip there about the rocket going up there, so congratulations to them. Hope all's gone well since then. I haven't heard much there after Philip's call, so
okay.
So anyways, I hope they're all going into orbit quite as planned and supposed to be doing what they're supposed to be doing. But other than that, just another day of hot, and then I guess now that this can continue to be on the higher warm side for the rest of the week, but now all the unsettled atmosphere moves in. So anytime probably after 2:00 in the afternoon, anywhere in this mid-Atlantic area for the rest of the week.
Showers and thunderstorms.
Very, very unsettled, very, very high. You can get the high gust winds and lightning and, straight line winds and possible some spin up tornadoes. We get the F0s and F1s here. So, and, we've had a couple F2s and F3s in the area too. So don't think just because you're in the mid-Atlantic and we normally do not have a lot of the, environmental disaster problems that there is, through the rest of the country. We don't get the, really severe hurricanes. We get parts of them, but nothing of the severe side like what happens down there in New Orleans and, the Gulf Coast, and we don't get the tornadoes like they do through Tornado Alley and what you guys get out there in the middle part of the country, and we don't have the forest fires usually. We get some wildland stuff, but nothing nothing like what they do out there in California and Florida and that type of stuff. And I guess we can include New Jersey in that now, because New Jersey seems to be having their share of fires. But anyways, so we ride along here pretty moderate all the time. So the only thing we have to deal with that causes our biggest problems are the Democrats. Did I say that out loud?
Yeah, you did.
I hate when
Freudian slip.
That's right. All right, Your Honor. Hey, with that, we'll let you wrap it up. And I guess what are we dialing again? 844-844-3388. If you can do it before 5 in the morning, don't be like horse feathers. Do it early. Get in and get especially your first-time caller, get in and get your free $60 code.
That's right.
All right, Your Honor. It's all yours.
Safe travels. Have a good morning. All right. So what do we have for the day ahead? It was almost comical. Well, you get these one-liners from Trump every day, and it wasn't even the noon hour yet. And I posted about AOC. See if I can get through most of this. He says, quote, "Stupid AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, one of the dumbest people in Congress, now calling for my impeachment. Despite the fact that the crooked, corrupt Democrats have already done that twice before. The reason for her rantings is all the victories that the USA has under the Trump administration. The Democrats aren't used to winning. She can't stand the concept of our country being successful again. When we examine her test scores, we'll find out she's not qualified for the office. Nevertheless, far more qualified than Crockett, who is a seriously low IQ individual, or Ilhan Omar, who does nothing but complain about our country. Yet the failed country that she comes from doesn't have a government, drenched in crime and poverty, rated one of the worst in the world. It's even rated below. How dare the mouse tell us how to run the U.S.? We're just now coming back from the radical left experiment with Sleepy Joe, Kamala, and the auto pen in charge. What a disaster it was. AOC should be forced to take the cognitive test that I just completed as part of my physical. And as the doctor in charge said, President Trump aced it, meaning I got every answer right. Instead of her constant complaining, she should go back to her Queens, her home in Queens, where I was brought up, and straighten out her filthy, disgusting, crime-ridden streets in the district she represents. Well said, Mr. President. All right, have a great day. See you back here, the midnight hour. What do you say? You join us for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Everything is like a dream.